Oh, Kai. Goodness. Alright, I don't want to hear nothing about me being late to class, okay? Because freaking... my goddamn... I had to, like, quickly redo half of my presentation, but, like, it's fine because most of them I'm probably just going to, like, what is it? Hop in the range and show you guys anyway. So, yeah, that's what I was up to. Yeah, professors can be late too. Something if they don't show up within the first 30 minutes, everyone can go home. But everyone that is nice to me and everyone wants to know about Apex, that obviously you guys have stayed around longer than that. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're here. I don't even remember how much is lost. But I feel like I'll probably get through all the most important bits, really. So yeah. Which is the goal? That's the goal of everything here. Okay, what if we just crop Caustic out of it? No one needs to look at his dumb ass anyway. Okay, you know what? Fine. You'll look at him a tiny bit, but not too much. I don't know how long this is gonna be. I'm hoping it won't be the longest thing. However, I am gonna try to touch on a little bit of like everything. Also, yeah, sorry I time traveled a little bit. My fault, gang. I might have only gotten like 4 hours of sleep putting this whole thing together, but anyways, what is it? What is it? But it's fine, it's cool, we're here, that's what matters. Type shit. Just wondering why it's not cropping correctly, but whatever. Whatever. What if we like that? Maybe do like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You come for class? Hello everyone. Oh, can you guys imagine if they actually taught how to play Apex in schools? That'd be crazy. Please do not put me in charge though. Even though I do like to yap about this game. But anyways. Is it a good nap? Travel? Yeah, sorta. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I just double check some stuff real quick. Phoebe, thank you for saving me from that house fire 20 years ago. Wow, I don't even remember if I was like big enough to actually save anyone from the house fire, but like I got you, bro. I got you. Alright, let's see if everything is cropped and everything is where it's supposed to be, and if not, then it's fine. It's whatever. Alright. Bomb? Bomb. Yeah. Oh hey, that doesn't look too bad. Alright, cool. Sick.
Alright. At Maverick became a member.
Wow,
Maverick celebrates 3 months of membership. Baby, thanks for donating your kidney to my grandma when she needed it.
Whoa, whoa, what the hell? What? Huh? What? Huh? Is this why I have severe tummy ache issues? Is this why all of a sudden I feel like I have a severe lack of like nutrients? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, but maybe go back as a bud for 3 months. Alright. Hopefully this isn't too super scuffed in how it looks. Again, I had to like redo. Well, I said it was about 20%. It ended up being like 30% of my freaking presentation earlier. But you know what? It's fine because like high key. What is it? A lot of it was just pictures and stuff. Pictures, you know, and like basically me jingling the keys. But yeah, I'm finally doing it. Just lost a ranking because my lifeline tried to res me in the open while, parentheses, we were flanked but had easy cover over a ledge. And then my crypto did not respawn me before diving into a fight. There is a beacon right next to us. I shall be directing them to the stream post-haste. Listen, I'd love to say that'll probably cover a lot of things in terms of fighting, but honestly, like, I just did most of, like, the macro stuff because I primarily have a little more understanding of macro. But yeah, sure, we could talk about fighting and, like, what to prioritize. Definitely gonna be talking over, early, like, what to prioritize early, mid, late game. I'm more specifically gonna be talking about, like, differences, you know, trying to be an Apex Legends player in the year of our Lord 2020. What year is it for you guys again? 26. Yeah, 2026. So, yeah. Anyways, hello everyone. Konberu. My name is Bluebell, must have known as BV. You do not stop your art skills enough to be started. Hi. I play a lot of Apex. I play too much Apex. And recently, since ALGS Championship just finished this weekend, I know a lot of you guys want to play Apex too. And I have nothing if not a yapper about my hyperfixations and interests. And so I figured I would take this as an opportunity to just talk at you guys for hours on end about the one game that constantly appeases my tiny monkey brain. So, yeah. As implied, my lip is dry. Hold on, I'm putting on some lip balm. Yeah. Gonna be doing Apex Legends 101. I can't promise that I'm gonna be covering everything that you should know about Apex today. I feel like I should be telling you guys what you need to know just to get started. Alright? And then if there's anything cool or anything in particular, like anything of special interest that you want me to go at like that, or that I will need to acquire other experts in the field about that, then let me know. So yeah. Hello, BB. How are you today? I'm doing all right. I'm like running out of 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I think. I'm gonna get to that, Liz. Thank you. I'm gonna get to that. But yeah. Anyways, how are we doing? How are we doing? How's everything looking? You guys can see what's going on behind me just fine. Background music isn't too loud. I think I might put it down a little bit just for myself. But yeah. Actually, I just realized my gaming PC is down by a couple of ticks. But yeah. But yeah. It looks good. Okay, if you notice any typos, no, you didn't. But, yeah, I don't know. This is Apex Legends 101, aka Apex Legends as described by a VTuber. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could just get started, right? I guess we should just get started, right? Sorry again for the delay. A, I realized half of my slides didn't save last night, and then also B, I had dinner. I had arrabbiata. It was really yummy and good, and it was really fresh too. So even though my brain is like super scrambled, hopefully we'll be able to get through everything in a way that makes sense. So yeah. Plug in a roller for instant success. Who said that? You know, I'm glad you guys brought that up because we're definitely going to be touching on that topic, okay? But yeah. If a lot of this at the beginning seems like, you know, self-explanatory or like stuff you'll find in the tutorial, it's because it is, okay? I figured it would be easiest to start from something that is familiar and something that you could see in the game. However, I am going to try to touch on topics that I found the tutorial recently. While it's definitely gotten better, there's a couple of things in the tutorial that I don't think they really touched upon that I'll either talk about here or I'll just jump into the rage and like show you guys. Okay. And even if you don't play Apex, I'm literally going to be yapping for like, I don't know, 3-4 hours straight. So, yeah. I'm sure there'll be something to gain from this stream. Best to start with the common baseline. Exactly. Hello, baby. I don't even play Apex. Why am I here? Because you love me and you love hanging out with me. And this is just basically me talking about my hyperfixations again. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's get into it. Alright, so why am I doing this? Alright, Apex has gone through significant changes in the last handful of seasons. The Apex you've played in Season 0 is hardly like the Apex that you've played in Season 13. It's hardly like the Apex you play now. They've actually had like a shit ton of like new stuff added. Whether that's actual class passives, class perks and whatnot. And they also did a whole slew of updates when it comes to the loot pool and making everything easier for you, so that way we don't have that one particular clip of Thump running around Kings Canyon for 2 minutes without a gun. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should really look it up. It's super funny. It's really funny, even though... it's really funny and really timeless. However, I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. Okay, well... maybe the caustic mains, but we'll get there. So basically, I'm going to be explaining Apex Legends starting from the basics, okay? There's a couple of things that'll be familiar to you, and there's also be highlighting the differences as well, so we can arm you with the info you need to be an Apex champion. Alright, cool. My slide for this was lost, but I've said it in the description. I'm going to be talking about this with the assumption you guys have prior FPS or shooter experience. But in the case Apex is your first shooter ever that you want to get into, don't be afraid. If I say any FPS terms that you'd like me to explain about more, I think the only real thing it'll come up in is either strafing, mirroring, recoil, all that stuff. Feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. Like, deadass, use the raise your hand emoji. Okay? So I can stop. Because I'm just going to talk through things. Alright? Until you guys have questions and stuff. What else? Welcome, everyone. I'm literally just getting started. What is it? So yeah, I'm going to be talking with the implication that you've already played other shooters. But in the case you're a noob to FPS in general, don't be too afraid. What is it? I'm also going to be focusing a lot of FPS stuff in the context of Apex. Apex follows along the same sort of rules that you'll find in other FPS, but there are a couple of things inherent to Apex which makes the game what it is. Okay, so yeah, and yeah, pretty much it. In case there's anything I missed and I'm not already tuckered out, feel free to let me know. So yeah, anyways, moving on. So quick about me, obligatory introduction. Hi, I'm BB. I'm also known as Bluebell, but a lot of people in chat will literally just call me BB. It's perfectly fine. I've been playing Apex Legends since Season 7, so now it's Season 27. I've been here for too long. Please send help. Who said that? Anyways, I typically play Lifeline and various other support characters. I've kind of always been a support main, but Apex is kind of the first game that I really moved into the whole like gun game aspect of it for various reasons. One of the which be that there isn't really like a heal role in comparison to like Overwatch and like Mercy and Ana and stuff, which is where I used to come from, by the way. Before grinding Apex a bunch, I actually played Overwatch a bit. In case there's any nerds in chat or whatnot, here are some stats, okay? I got into Masters 8 times, 6 times if you want to discount the seasons where everyone got Masters, 14 and 17. I don't honestly remember if these are my updated Lifeline and career kills. It might be wrong. I just pulled it from my debut slides and I added like a 10k or whatnot, okay? And then here's also some other stats from the other games that I've played. In Overwatch and Overwatch 2, Overwatch I peaked about Masters and Mercy, Ana, Lucio. And Overwatch 2, I was recently placed in Masters 3. And I also dabbled a bit in Marvel Rivals. Similar hero shooter. I only got to Celestial 3 in Season 0 and then I haven't bothered playing. I really only play Rivals with like friends and other VTubers. So, yeah. Alright, enough about me. Let's get into it. The minds, I mean. Alright, so tip number 1. You probably guessed it. The number 1 tip that I want to tell all Apex players is play on controller. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming to stream. It was a ton of fun. I hope you guys learned a lot, okay? I'm kidding. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. We're not done yet. Sit your ass down. I'm turning on the music again. Sit your ass down. I'm not done. Alright. Okay. But yeah. Because I knew that at the start of stream, there's gonna be some people out here that start immediately with their number 1 tip, which is play this game on controller. Alright? So I'm gonna, rather than just yap at you guys, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Alright? Controllers. Is mouse and keyboard, aka M&K, really dead? Is it really that OP? What are the actual benefits to it? I mean, obviously the number 1 thing is aim assist, right? Because that's just kind of obvious. But I like to think that there's another reason as to why controllers are so OP, right? But yeah. So, number 1 thing that I would like to say about Apex is that your gunplay is always going to be more important than your movement, okay? Apex's whole thing is how great the movement feels for both M&K as well as also controllers, alright? But it's not the whole thing. You have to be able to move and shoot. At the end of the day, movement is not what gets people killed, it's guns, right? I feel like the reason why controllers are so OP, right, is not because of the aim assist, or not just because of the aim assist, I should say, but because of the level of consistency that you can get from controllers, right? It's a lot easier for people to hop on a controller, go in the range for 5 minutes, and then just have a lot more consistent gunplay and mechanics come out in comparison to actually having to warm up on mouse and keyboard. Alright? A lot of people will overlook that. Because a lot like other games, right? Apex, Valorant, Overwatch. Being good at shooters is a skill. It is a skill. And it's something you have to work at. A lot of people find that effort fun, right? But for some people, they either A, don't have the time for it, or B, might have the limitations, right? They might want to be able to use M&K, but they either don't have the desk space, the time to be able to dedicate to that, or straight up, they got badass carpal tunnel. They arm hoard. They don't really got a full arm to be using and stuff on their table. All right. So, yeah. I'll go over that in a bit. So, yeah. M&K or controller. Play whatever is comfortable to you. All right. Play whatever is comfortable to you. Please understand, and I'm saying this first up because I'm telling you, everyone that is new to Apex, the #1 thing you've probably heard is just play that thing on controller. And for some reason, you guys are like, LOL, okay. But I'm sure some of you guys have been frustrated and you wanted to ask yourselves why people say that, right? So again, controller, aim assist, it's strong in Apex, but honestly, it's not that strong in comparison to other games. Take, for instance, Call of Duty. I believe even Call of Duty grinders and pros themselves have also said that Apex tends to be a little bit more manageable in terms of the difference between controllers and mouse and keyboard. All right? So whatever you decide to do, play whatever's comfortable for you. All right? If you don't want to worry too much about your own inconsistencies, feel free to drop on controller. If you actually want to get into the game, a mouse and keyboard. I'm going to be going at this from a mouse and keyboard perspective, but again, do whatever you want, okay? Do whatever you want. All right. All right. Slides 3 to 240, how to choose the best controller for you. Honestly, like this slide presents, right? It's really all about comfort. It's really all about like your own choice and stuff, right? Don't get what's best on the market unless you know you actually want to play this game, all right? Start out with what you feel, figure out what stuff you want, and then you can get to the nitty-gritty peripherals later on either both mouse and keyboard or controller. All right? All right. And then as soon as you get good at it, yeah, go ahead and get the pro controller. Whatever. But yeah. However, all right. So, is mouse and keyboard truly dead though? Right? For those of you that still want to try out this game on mouse and keyboard, is it actually a dead input? All right. And to that, I have 2 examples for you. Number 1, this is Oblivion. They recently won LAN. They recently won championships this last weekend. We did a whole watch party with the chat. It was really great, really cool, really pog. Love these guys. Beloved in the community. You know what's also cool about them? The frickin' triple mouse and keyboard. That's right. That's right. You can win Apex Legends at the LAN and pro level without a controller. These guys are typing emails and also pissing on you in your games. Okay? But yeah. Now, Bluebell, you might be like, oh, Bluebell, you're just being biased. These are just your blorbos, you know? Like, oh my god, these guys are the goats and stuff like that, you know? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you know what? Whatever. But consider this. The maid buff! This guy, Monsoon right here, he's a really cool part of the community. Everyone really loves him. He won LAN in a maid outfit, okay? You guys might think maybe it's not triple M and K. Maybe it's just the maid outfit. For Monsoon. We definitely do good for Monsoon. Welcome after 13 months, alright? But yeah. Bluebell, these are just your blorbos. Oh my god, they're just your favorite. Remember. Of course you're going to highlight them. How are you going to say it's triple M and K when they literally have the maid buff going for them? Alright, fine. Good point. Case number 2. Boom. This team is VK Gaming. They actually won playoffs during this year as well. Alright, the Esports World Cup. You know what's also in common with them? With Oblivion? That's right. Also triple M and K. Alright? Alright. So now do we hear nothing again, ever, about how much more superior controller is to M and K. If you put the time and effort into it, you could be up on the stage with these guys too. Alright. 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 I don't want to hear nothing else about it. So yeah, again, play whatever's what's comfortable for you. Play what is, you know, within your capabilities. Literally do whatever you need to do. Aside from obviously cheating and simming, whatever all that nerd shit is for, right? In order to get to learn Apex. That's it. Alright. However, I am also biased. I'm just saying, if you want to actually have fun in this game, if you don't want to turn your brain off right away in Apex, especially when you get PP overheat, overwhelmed by everything, you should try playing on mouse and keyboard. That's my only biased thing for today. Okay. anyways. I'm not gonna say we're a dying breed, but it is kind of alarming just how quickly people are willing to, you know, just pick up the roller without even thinking about what goes behind it, okay? And so I figured it would be in my best interest to give you guys an informed opinion so you can do whatever the heck you want. And also, this is just for the 1 or 2 people in the crowd that do want to try mouse and keyboard, but they feel silly and goofy for doing it when they know that aim assist is so strong. And I promise you, aim assist is not that big of a deal. Alright? Apex is not won by gunplay and insane mechanics alone. Alright? There's a lot of game sense and knowledge. Knowledge and game sense and being able to think about the game just outside of your team fighting will carry you to so many more victories, so many more rank points in the long run. Okay? Alright. I feel is BB thinking I didn't spend 300 on my keyboard and 200 on my mouse to get dissed. Wait, what? MKs are forgotten input. I mean, it can't be forgotten since Oblivion and VK Gaming have been winning recently. But yeah. Alright. So again, play to what you want. Alright. So. Actual EVE.EXE 101. We're getting into it. Alright. So if I were to summarize Apex into like 3 major points, I'd probably whittle them down into these 3 major domains, okay? Movement, gunplay and legend mastery, and teamwork. Alright. Oh, sorry. Movement is obviously what makes Apex Apex. You have such a freedom of movement to many more degrees in comparison to other games, right? Gunplay, I think, is like probably, if I were to rank all of these in order, I'd probably put gunplay first and foremost, because having good gunplay and having good mechanics can carry you very far. But at some point, you need to learn the game sense side of it too. You have to figure out how to move within Apex, right? FPS, aiming, and like other skills and stuff like that, those could be transferred from game to game. And that'll definitely help you out in Apex in the long run. However, Apex is ultimately a game that compounds on itself and is also a game about numbers, alright? So gunplay can definitely carry you far. But on the other side of gunplay, I also want to talk about the legend mastering too, okay? Apex Legends, it's a hero shooter, which means that all 27 of the characters all have their own different kits that you can use for your different styles, and some kits can be better used than others, right? Meta or otherwise. Yeah. And obviously teamwork. I know a lot of Apex players take gripes or issues with the fact that there's no solo queue version in this game, but at the core, at the end of the day, Apex really is a game about teamwork. All right. Can you absolutely 1v3 slam teams if the skill differential is that insane? Yes. However, again, like I said, Apex is a game about numbers. 3 average players against 1 above average player will usually win out every time, so long as everyone's making like smart gameplay decisions. Okay. So, yeah, that's the start. And honestly, if you really want to start getting into the higher echelons of Apex, you don't want to master just one of these. You want to master at least 2. If you can knock at least 2 out of the 3 over here, then you're probably well on your way to get to diamond and above, you know? So, yeah. Exactly. Skill can't really make up for 3 guns shooting you simultaneously, right? You could probably... Here's a scenario you'll probably find yourself in, right? You go into pubs, which is the unranked version of this game. You drop in super hot. You literally kill off hordes and hordes of teams, right? Trying to kill you. And then the 7th party inevitably comes up from the POI, aka the point of interest, 4 teams over, right? Right. And you've literally sucked up and used up all of the heals in the area. So you gotta dip, right? You might be able to dip, you might be able to survive, and then lo and behold, when you go into a POI, there's 3 people all waiting to shoot at you. Right? It happens. It happens. Right? You might be the god, you might be able to bob and weave a bit if you got the movement, but at the end of the day, 3 guns is a lot more than 1 gun. Alright? And until you really get that through your head, don't be surprised if you still feel yourself stalling in pubs. I'm just gonna put that out there. Alright? Speaking of movement, let's talk about it a little bit. Alright. So, movement. Huge, huge thing. You see all these freaking guides and stuff in movement and how to move in Apex. Talk about super glides. Wall jumping, lurching, neo strafing, counter, whatever whatever. All right. If you're just starting out in Apex, like if you're just starting out Apex in period, I personally think there's only 2 things you gotta know at first. Okay, there's only 2 things you really have to master in order to keep up with your friends or your friends who are better than you at the game. All right, and this is the 2: slide jumping and wall bouncing. Okay, that's it. That's all you really need. However, there's a 3rd option now that I'm going to go into that was recently added in this season that I don't think they really went into in the tutorial, and that is called mantle boosting. Alright? Which is sort of like something we call a super glide on tykes. It's on tyke wheels. But yeah. Learning how to super glide, learning how to lurch, and all that one stuff. All you have like the super wall bounces and shit like that, and zipline jumps. That's all cool. That's all really stylish. But again, movement doesn't kill people. Guns kill people. All right. There's already so much you're going to have to learn. The last thing you need to do is just explode your brain trying to learn all the movement tech. All right. These 2 things over here. Right, slide jumping and wall bouncing are probably the only true essentials you really need when you're starting out. And then once you get a handle of the mantle boost timings, then you can start looking at other advanced movement tech. All right, so yeah, I was just gonna have videos for everything, but honestly, it's just easier if I just get in the freaking thing myself. Hold on a second. All right, hold on, where is it? Yeah. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. I got you. Boom. Alright. Alright. So, firing range, okay? In order to get to the firing range, you literally just click on the box in the bottom left of your screen, alright? And honestly, since I'm opening up the game, I might as well just go through the rest of the playlists. So, anytime you want to figure out where you want to go, you just click over here and it'll bring up all the different modes you can play in Apex. This is typically where you're going to be playing it a lot. This is your standard battle royale. This is all your fun stuff. This is mixtape. This is really good if you just want to get to learn the feel of the guns and stuff and how it actually goes up against other people. If you're really new to the game, try bot royales. The bots are actually pretty decent in terms of their AI, I would say. They will shoot at you and they will try to move in and all that fun stuff, right? Wildcard is where, again, it's basically like pubs on crack. It's a separate game mode from battle royale. Don't expect what I tell you to apply to anything in this freestyle portion of the playlist, okay? And then right over here is the firing range. This is probably good for you. You want to figure out the guns, if you want to look at all of the legends, and if you just want to warm up your aim. Warm up your gunny before you get into every game. Yeah. So this is the firing range. So 2 things, right, that I said you need to learn. Or rather, I guess 3 at this point. But that's, again, if you really only want to get into the upper echelons of, like, movement and stuff like that. Right? Mantle boosting. Is slide jumping as well as wall bouncing. Okay? So this is a slide jump. You will notice every single streamer that you go into, they are constantly slide jumping. Slide jumping is what gives you the max of possible velocity that you can without having any other movement abilities, right? This is the fastest way for you to move through the ring, all right? All it is, really, is just you start your run, right? Pressing shift or otherwise. Well, I currently have it on shift. I don't know what the heck it is on controller. You can figure it out yourself. But slide jumping, right? You want to start sprinting. And in the middle of your sprint, right? You want to press control. And right at the end of your slide, right? You want to jump. Okay? This will help you continue on your run. Alright? Another thing you should also learn about slide jumping or just movement across the map in general is that you're always going to move faster, right? If your gun is away. Apex is one of those games where you move faster, or I guess more accurately, you get a movement penalty if you have your gun out. Each gun will give you a different penalty on how much slower you move, okay? So if you're ever wondering why your level 300 friend is just leagues and leagues upon further than you, and they're not playing Pathfinder, Octane, or any other characters that have movement to you, like they're probably on Lifeline, right? If you're wondering why your friend on Lifeline is just about 200, 300, 500 meters away from you, they're most likely slide jumping, okay? Couple of things to know about slide jumping. There is a timing to this. You can't do it too slow, too fast. It's really just control and then space right afterwards. If you really want to time it, I want to say it's a little bit under 2 seconds. But if you want any visual indicators, look at the bottom left of my screen, right? Where you see the hands. So as soon as the hand drops for the second time, that's when you want to hit the slide, right? You can feel it out for yourself. See when exactly your momentum is killed from the slide before jumping. Right? What is it? What are other ways that I'm missing? But yeah, I would say probably about 2 seconds after is when you can actually jump. But yeah. Yeah. This is how you keep your top speed when you're moving around the map. When you're running around, right? Even when you're bobbing and weaving, when you're sinking, right? So that's slide jumping. Couple of indications I should say about slide jumping. They tell you this in the tutorial, but you're always going to get more speed if you go down hills and mountains and stuff like that. All right. So as much as possible, if you're going down a long hill, like if you're going down a long hill like when we came down from the firing range, it might just be better to slide down all the way. You can technically jump at the end of your slide, but just know that your velocity, your movement in the air is a lot different than if you just slide down. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Sliding down will always give you more movement. You could also heal on the go if you really need to. If you find a really big hill like this is probably a good time to pop a shield bat or a cell or whatever you can. If you're like assuming you're running away from the team, right? You can technically slide jump uphill. However, the timing for it changes a little bit. And also, I wouldn't recommend trying to slide jump up a hill. So, there's something called dead sliding in this game, where essentially you put one too many inputs that over exceeds the inherent limit that the game puts on you in terms of your movement. Sometimes when you're just moving a certain way and things are inputted incorrectly, you'll just stop in place. So anytime you hear a streamer complaining about dead sliding and stuff like that, it's basically a slide again that is dead. Like, yeah. Self-explanatory in that case. How to evade? Yeah, so back to slide jumping, right? Slide jumping again is the fastest way you're going to move around the map. Another thing about movement you should also consider is that you don't want to be running in a straight line. Running in a straight line is definitely how you get yourself killed, right? when you are running across the map, always try to think about the cover
Check out this area.
that you have, right? Don't just be running out in the open all willy-nilly. You almost never want to be crossing open fields without some sort of movement thing to get you across it quickly. Whether that is a path zip line, Octane jump pad, or in the more meta sense nowadays, Valkyrie, evac towers, Wraith portals, so on and so forth. You know? Anytime you are slide jumping or running away, you want to make sure your movement is unpredictable. Whether that is having your view look left and right, you know, making sure you're looking through cover. Like, let's say someone is shooting at you at the top of this, right? You always want to try to bias your strafe or your pattern towards objects or buildings that will cut off their LOS, meaning their line of sight from you, right? Right. But if I use Mew as a distraction, you only have like 2 seconds. Mew plays path. What's probably going to happen is that Mew is going to jump on them and he's definitely going to get one clipped. So yeah, that's side jumping. And again, when you're running around the rotations and stuff like that, again, make sure your gun is stowed away. I believe the default keybind to stow away your gun should be the number 3 button, right? So yeah. What's it? Oh yeah. So those are the two like main bread and butter stuff in terms of movement, right? Oh, another thing I should probably mention too. I could tell how new someone is to the game if I see this. If I die to them and I see them running with their gun out. That's how they know how I know they probably have like 20 or less hours into the game, okay? So again, don't run with your gun out. Alright? And also, the whole top movement speed with slide jumping, it applies in the middle of fights too, right? Let's say you deal a bunch of damage to the enemy, right? Right? His teammates are further ahead. You want to try getting some space on them. Put your gun away. Even if it's only for like 1 or 2 seconds, the faster you can get to your targets, the faster you can clear out fights, the faster you can reset and you can start going back to like worrying about your other priorities, aka what about a third party? Third party being another team that is lurking and ready to fight, where you need to go next, so on and so forth, right? Yeah. Rule number 1, put your gun away. Rule number 2, master slide jumping. And then number 3, wall bouncing. So wall bouncing is something that both M and K and controller can do. This is me wall bouncing right now. Wall bouncing is a really good way to also basically randomize how you're moving across the map. Adds a little more unpredictability, right? To enemies tracking you. All that fun stuff. It also gives you more speed, right? I didn't even know you could bounce off walls. Oh yeah. I wall bounce all the time. Anytime I'm trying to get movement and stuff, wall bouncing will always give you a little extra boost in your movement too, while also making you harder to hit. And then couple this with like Octane stim and stuff like that. Like, oh my god, it's just a pain in the ass trying to track that shit. But yeah. So in EVE.EXE, there is the mechanic of mantling, right? You can basically climb over most walls, right? Some legends can climb higher than others, i.e. Revenant. But for the most part, if there's a tall enough wall and you can get to the mantle at the top, you should be able to crest over. Right? This doesn't apply to all walls. But as you can see, there's a max height. There's a max height that most legends have. Again, this doesn't apply to Revenant because that's his whole thing. Spider monkey and all that shit, right? So, part of it, right? The animation. When you're climbing the wall, you're gripping it. You can see your hand, or you could see Bangalore's hand at the side of the screens when she does it, right? The best way I like to describe wall bouncing is to visualize your character basically pushing or kicking off of the wall. Let's see here. I wasn't going to go into settings quite yet. But since you're talking about making wall bouncing easier... For mouse and keyboard, by the way, I don't know about controller. Y'all can figure it out yourselves. There's a bunch of movement videos for that, I'm sure. Here's a couple of keybinds that I personally have that makes movement, not just for wall bouncing, but also for all the more advanced movement text a little bit easier. You have your WASD keys. This is your forward, backward, left, and right, and then space for jump. But something I like to do is that I like to put my move forward on my scroll wheel up. And I also put jump on my scroll wheel down. Okay? Yeah. Quick question, any reliable ways to move faster once you're taking fire and being slowed? Oh, yeah. Alright. Okay. Yeah, so... slide jumping is one of them. Wall bouncing is also another one. Right? Honestly, if you get hit or fried, the best thing you could really do is just try to break line of sight. Right? As soon as someone gets down a couple of shots on you, you should probably be concerned. As much as possible, you want to make sure that when you're running through areas, you think about the cover that you have, right? Because, like, again, there's a couple of other mechanics in this game. Oh shoot, I forgot to put the slides in for that, but I'll talk about it while we're here. What is it? I'll talk about it when we get to guns. Pretty much anyone will be able to beam you, so as much as possible, don't ever try to run out in the open. Always try to make sure you have cover, right? And then if you have tall enough walls and stuff, try incorporating some wall bounces. But yeah. So, wall bouncing, if I were to break it down, you want to be running when you hit the wall bounce, right? You're going to hear a audio cue when your character actually hits the wall. As soon as your character, like, grabs the wall, you immediately want to jump off of it. Right? Another important thing about wall bouncing, another thing a lot of people have issues with wall bouncing is that they don't take off inputs. So as soon as you hit the wall bounce, completely let go of all of your keys. Alright? Or inputs for controller side. But yeah. So, wall bouncing, you want to run at the wall. You want to hit W, right? You want to make sure you press W when you're actually at a wall so that way you can enable the climbing animation. And then right before you can start climbing, right? Right before you go all the way, that's when you press space. And you essentially kick yourself off of the wall. Just a suggestion, it would be cool to be able to see your hands while doing this. Yeah. I was trying to get my overlay in on like the actual keys that I'm using and stuff like that. I said, hi Remya, love you Remya. For some reason, my OBS kept crashing with it. But yeah. Again, I'm not super well versed in movement. I feel like my movement's pretty basic in comparison to all the crazy stuff that you can do. And there's a ton of cool movement stuff that you can do, or videos that you can check out that are just all across YouTube. And even though they've been around for like, what, 3 or 4 years, I would say they're still pretty accurate. One of them I would say is Otter. Otter tweets. Fade also came out with a movement guide as well that also holds up pretty true here. What is it? What is it? And I believe all of them should have the inputs too. But yeah. Yeah, so this is what I'm using with my mouse. And then this is just me putting the inputs, pressing space. Oh. Okay. When you're wall bouncing, you can either do it directly at the wall, okay, or at an angle. This one's a little harder because it's on an incline. Okay. I'm not super well versed in movements, says the lady I saw break the ankles of 3 teams and kill at least 1 enemy from each. Listen! Listen! That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I might be doing some fancy shit in the middle of the fights, but at the end of the day, this is all the shit that I'm doing. This is all that I'm really doing. And then off of it, I just... You know? This is as fancy as I get in the middle of team fights. Maybe I'll mantle boost on someone's head. Speaking of mantle boost, let's get into it real quick. But that's as most as I'm doing in fights. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't need to be doing all that crazy stuff. Is it nice to be able to lurch in the middle of gunfights? Yeah. Do you need it? No. But yeah. Before mantle boosting though, let me actually talk about lurching, or what is more accurately, I guess, the quote-unquote phenomenon, but really just a technique that you have in this game. It's called air strafing. Okay? For wall bounces, don't air strafe after you bounce off. Yeah, when you wall bounce, the only thing you should be doing is just changing your view. Sorry, I'm going a little bit everywhere here. But wall bouncing, right? You can either go directly at the wall, right? When you're wall bouncing. Or you can do it at an angle. Typically, when you come at a wall from an angle, that's what's going to shoot you forward, say, i.e. when you're moving and trying to bob and weave and dodge. What is it? Things across the map. Okay? Risuri! Oh my god, it. Welcome everyone. Konberu. My name is Bluebell. Also known as BB. Thank you for the double raid. What's up? I'm doing Apex 101. I'm introducing everyone to Apex, going over a couple of movement techs that probably were a little unheard of and also added to the game. But yeah. Welcome. Well, what else? What else about wall bounces? Yeah. So the main thing I would say about wall bounces is that make sure you're running, right? And make sure you're not doing any other inputs. If you try to press left, like left or right, after the end of a wall bounce, you're going to kill your velocity. All you really have to do is just turn your view. Okay? Alright. So yeah, that's slide jumping, right? That's wall bouncing. And yeah. Let's talk a little bit about air strafing. So, air strafing is a mechanic that is available to Apex as well as other... What is it? It's Source engine games, right? You're going to see this type of movement in like CSGO as well. I mean, that's how they basically b-hop. Oh, that's another thing I should mention too. You know how in other games, like b-hopping is the way to get to a point or whatnot? Just think of slide jumping as Apex's b-hopping, okay? If you want to figure out the fastest way to move to something, you don't want to have to do all the crazy stuff for it, just slide jump over there. So yeah. CS mentioned in T. Yeah! What are you playing, Smile? But yeah. What is it? But yeah, air strafing. Air strafing is essentially, what is it? Using inputs while you're in the air. You can kind of see it over here, but it's a lot more better illustrated if I use this character. Okay? Please understand that air strafing applies to all characters. I'm just going to be using Octane's jump pad so that you could see it a little clearly, right? Yeah. Apex and other Source-related games have a thing called air strafing. It's essentially putting input buttons. So whether that is like forward, front, back, right, left, all that nonsense, to be able to move yourself in the air, right? This is what people are using to lurch. And also for advanced movement techs like tap strafing, you know? So yeah. So this is a typical jump forward, right? You can see I went pretty straight to this wall, right? That's a typical jump. Air strafing is when after you jump and you're in the air, you start putting an input. In this case, I started pressing the left button, right? So yeah. You can do it for pretty much anytime you're in the air, anytime you're in movement, right? So yeah. You could also make it a lot more dramatic. The idea of air strafing. If you tap, right, your forward button. So, this is a normal air strafe. All I'm doing is pressing the left key, right? This is me tap strafing. While also scrolling up. Or in this case, it would be tapping W. But yeah. So yeah. You can get a lot more, like, sharper turns. Well, not sharper turns. Well, yeah, sharper turns. If you utilize air strafing. So yeah. But yeah. That's air strafing. You could also do it while you're fighting, too. A lot of time you'll notice, sometimes when I'm taking cover, right? I'll be moving forward in one direction, and then I'll immediately switch off to the left or right, okay? That's just utilizing strafing. This is literally like the basis of lurching. All of lurching and neo strafing, okay? So yeah. Is double jumping limited to Octane? No. Double jumping is actually this guy's thing. This is Sparrow. He's one of the recently added legends. But yeah. He's the one that can double jump. Octane can really only double jump off of his pads. And depending on the upgrades that you get for him, you could also triple jump off of it too, I think. But again, that's only for the season. I don't know if they're going to change it out. So yeah. Air strafing. Okay. Alright. What's next? What else should I talk about? Is there anything else I need to mention about air strafing? Yeah. Don't worry if you didn't get it in this one. I'm telling you, literally look up Apex Movement or Apex Movement Guide and you will have a slew of videos and information at your disposal, okay? By people who are far more invested in movement than I am. I'm probably a little more smarter when talking about it too, okay? Yeah. Do you need any air to air strafe launching from a box to cover wall jump, or can you just jump and strafe? You can just jump and strafe. That's what I'm doing right now. You see how my character model move, or you see the camera move to the right a bit? So long as you have some forward velocity while you are jumping and you're putting in the input while you're in the air, the input will go. You'll be able to strafe in the air. So yeah. This is really good if you are currently running. Let's say you're running forward, you get shot at and you immediately want to take cover behind a box. Right? So yeah. This is a good way to find cover super quick without having to turn your entire mouse, right? Your entire view away from the opponent. So yeah. Air strafing is really good and it's really nice to be able to get a hold of, especially if like you want to see where your enemy is shooting you from, right? But you don't want to necessarily give up the sights for it. So yeah. Air strafing is just a left to right input while incrementally turning your camera view the same direction as your directional input. Yeah, exactly. But yeah. Air strafing at its core is just putting left or right input. And then if you want to increase how much you move in the air, then you want to turn your camera with it too. So yeah. So for those of you that were asking how to evade bullets and stuff like that, and how to get behind cover and rotate through map, these are one of the things to work on or consider, because you probably have been working on this, you just didn't know it, right? Oh, another thing I should mention about air strafes too. That's exactly how you could start sliding backwards. So yeah. Anytime you see someone that is like slide jumping, right? And all of a sudden they start moving off to the side. That's them. Or moving backward even. That's literally just them putting in the inputs while they're in the air. So this is a way for you to like change up how you slide too, so that you're not constantly sliding at the enemy. You can backward slide. I'm not that good at it. A lot of people can get even more dramatic slides with it. But yeah. Sliding backwards is really easy. And again, this is just... This is like starting to get to the intro of like more advanced movement tech. But I figured I'd mention it now because a lot of you guys have probably been moving this way and you didn't even know it. At least in mouse and keyboard. I can't say for controller. Do what you will on those funky sticks. But yeah. Typically, when you air strafe, there's going to be two patterns. You can choose to either go to the right? And so that's either jumping, WDS, right? Or to the left. At the end of air strafing, all you gotta do, make sure you press crouch. Before you hit the ground, crouch. That's how you can slide backward while also making sure you're pressing the back button. Or the S key, I guess. Okay? Just know that you always are going to have to put one input one way or the other. It's not necessarily about like a forward and back. Think of it like a hook. Imagine you're drawing a hook with your character. Okay? But yeah. That's as much as I'm going to get into that. Because otherwise, I'll be here for forever. Pretty much everything I talk about today, there's like a full guide about it somewhere. Alright? But yeah. Also, I'm not sure if this is available on controllers. But for mouse and keyboard, this is the one leg up that you can have against the funky little sticks. So, again, hashtag MNK on top. Anyways, alright, third and final thing. Mantle boosting. So... Mantle boosting is a relatively new technique, or tool, I guess, that was implemented in this season of EVE.EXE. Okay? Let's see real quick. Okay. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm just going into my settings. Under gameplay, I go to Mantle Boost UI. There's many different ways that you can have it show up. A lot of it is just self-explanatory over here. Okay. This is for how it activates. This is if you want to have a separate button for your movement abilities, whether that is your glides on your horizon and lifelines, your Valkyrie stuff, okay? All that stuff. That's if you want a separate button for it, okay? Mantle Boost UI, this is how much information you're getting. Like how much you want telegraphed to you on how accurately you're completing the Mantle Boost, okay? Alright. As you can see, if you look at the middle of my screen, you see some text pop up. Right? This season implemented more movement options. Yeah. So, long time ago, someone found out on mouse and keyboard that there is something they coined the term as a super glide. A super glide is essentially timing your crouch right off of jumping off of an object to get the max velocity speed and moving forward. Okay? This was well kept. This was well gate kept by mouse and keyboard enthusiasts of all skill levels. Okay? But in this season, they decided to introduce something called the Mantle Boost, which is essentially the super glide on kitty tyke wheels. Can you do bunny jump? Oh. Yeah, you can still b-hop. You can still b-hop in this game. Typically, you'll only really b-hop when you're healing, but even that got significantly nerfed. Let me see if I can explode myself real quick.
Arcstar.
Okay. You can technically still b-hop, but
Charging up my shields.
as you can see, it's been kind of nerfed. So, yeah. Is there b-hopping in this game? Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. Bunny hopping is just utilizing another way of air strafing.
My shields are like gone. Need to recharge.
It's prevalent more primarily in CSGO. But in terms of getting around the map and stuff like that, you might mainly want to be using slide jumping. So yeah. This mantle boost seems to be your pilot jetpack system, but it doesn't work on walls, I guess. Yeah. Mantle boost has its implied just straight off of the mantle. Mantle being like that moment your character climbs over ledges, right? So this is a mantle, right? The act of actually going up that ledge. Mantle boost. All you gotta do for a mantle boost is that you just have to nail the timing.
Like gone. Need to recharge.
The UI is very useful at letting you know when you need to hit the mantle boost. But basically, it'll tell you if you're too early, right? If you really want to put the reps in and get good at mantle boosting, all you gotta do is make sure you follow the circle.
My shields are like gone.
Right?
Need to recharge.
The circle at the middle should go over your reticle. And it'll tell you. This is what mantle boosting looks like with the full UI. Okay? I personally don't like seeing that shit on my screen because there's already enough visual clutter in this game. So I usually keep it at minimal. Okay? But the concepts are the same. You need to make sure that your cursor stays within the blue circle. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much it. Mantle boosting. Another good way for getting you across the map or giving you a little extra speed. Where you absolutely clip the enemy. So yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much all the movement that you can see so far. Again, there's like a heck ton of other movement guides out there, so I highly recommend them. Wraith Crew has an incredible video about how to start super gliding. Fade's movement video guide also still holds up pretty well. The only difference I would say is that hopping while you're healing isn't as OP anymore. Like you can see right there, I'm slowed down a little bit more. And Otter. Otter goes into air strafing as well and also has some pretty good examples of it. So yeah. BB, don't you think you already know that? I know you already know that, but I can't say for everyone else coming back into the game. So yeah. Yep, you can side and heal.
Yo, an upgrade is up. ArcStar.
You can side and heal. Moki Sniper too, yeah. Moki Sniper is all about like figure out movement and how that works in the game. Yeah. Typically, if you're slag and healing, you want to do it down like great ramps like this. You will be able to carry off some of the momentum, but if you're just like on flat plain surfaces and stuff like that, you'll notice that the hopping mechanic while you're healing is pretty stunted. So, yeah. Are you able to mantle boost multiple times by hopping over several walls to mantle up? Yeah! They say that there's a cooldown on the mantle boosting, but like so long as you time it, you could pretty much do mantle boosting back to back. I made Miwu mantle boost for me back to back to back, but for some reason it kept crashing on me. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what people were doing with this one.
Yep, sorry. We all need a back. Putting up some amped cover.
Yeah, you can pretty much so long as you get the timing right. Hold on. I need you bitches gone. I need you ugly bitches gone. Get out of my face. Who said there was a cooldown? Someone said that there's supposed to be a cooldown on it. I think they just don't think you can like mantle boost in quick succession. You just have to make sure you nail the timing. So yeah. Yeah, as soon as you get better at mantle boosting though, then you can start learning about super gliding. You can open up a whole world about movement. So, yeah. I think that's pretty much it. But yeah. Couple of caveats with mantle boost in comparison to super gliding, right? Mantle boost isn't really a replacement for super gliding. Mantle boost is, again, just kind of a super glide on tykes. When you're mantle boosting, you can't really change your direction. You don't have as much freedom in changing your direction. Versus in super glides, where you have full control of it, you could actually ear strafe and tap strafe out of it. But mantle boosting, as soon as you mantle boost, as soon as you're looking a certain way, you kind of commit to that. So yeah. Is there any tech for Valk? I'd love to be able to go through all the individual legends, but I feel like there's going to be a lot more guides out there. I will, however, be going over Bangalore's just to go over like the basics, I guess. So yeah. Interest in compromise to still reward people who learn the skill prior to mantle boost. Yeah. I know one thing a lot of people are worried about is the implementation of mantle boost. Like, is it just going to, you know, replace super glides entirely? But it's not that case at all, right? It's literally just a tool. It's something to help bridge the gap. But at no point ever will mantle boost ever eclipse super gliding and all the other cool movement techs you can do. So, yeah. So that's that. Am I missing anything else? I don't think I am. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I can really think about. Yeah. Did I miss anything? Yeah. I would love to go into all the details and stuff, but again, I don't really move that well. I move enough for my own use cases, and I just keep it over there. If you guys want me to go into full like movement breakdown and stuff, then let me know, and I can grab a certain Dodonin who is far more invested in the mouse and keyboard funky movement than I am. So, yeah.
Better choose an upgrade.
Is that it? Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, that's movement. I think after this, I'll probably talk about just, you know, general information dump about everything you see here, including also the legends. Because there are a couple of changes to how the legends work, right? Specifically in their class types. But before that, let's talk about settings. Alright, so settings in general, feel free to go to your favorite streamer and do exclam settings, but ultimately settings are just come down to preference, really. A lot of the stuff you could figure out for your own if it works for you, whether you want like auto run to be on. If you want to get into advanced movement, I hear that having sprint always on helps a lot with that. It helps you figure out the timings and stuff. I don't like having auto sprint on, if only because I like being able to walk and creep up on people. Not that I'd say I would rat on people, but I'm just saying, sometimes it's really rewarding to walk up on someone and just one clip them because they didn't hear you. So yeah. If you want to walk while you have auto sprint on, you would have to put a console binding on that. All right. Fuck around with consoles at your own will. Oh, I wasn't trying to curse this one. Oh well. Okay. So yeah. They also added a little customization, as someone was asking me about Valk earlier. You could choose your jetpack glide and control. So you can choose for yourself whether you want to hold it to enable all the Valk jetpack stuff, or you just want to click it on and off. All right. Again, we already started going into the settings for mantle boosting and stuff like that. All right. A lot of these really come down to preference, but I'm going to go ahead and let you know about this. So, crosshair damage feedback. Once you start playing Apex Legends and you start getting into games, you're going to realize very quickly there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of shit, aka visual clutter, that you will see on your screen. And so, as much as possible, I've already tailored my UI things to at least get rid of most of the stuff I'll see in the middle of my screen, because that's all that really matters for the most part, like if I'm trying to survive and shoot at someone. Crosshair damage feedback is one of those things, you know, that if you find yourself getting a little too confused or you find your aim a little bit wonky, shut up. All right. Sorry, Rampart, I love you, but also I'm trying to think. So I personally have crosshair damage feedback off. All crosshair damage feedback does is that it moves your crosshair every single time you're doing damage. So with it on, right? Let's take this off real quick. You see my reticle? If we're looking at the middle of the screen, you'll see that when I'm shooting, there'll be lines in a diagonal that come up, right? That basically lets you know when you're dealing damage, all right? This is it with the shield icon. You can see the differences in that. That's all fine and dandy when you're in the firing range now, but like when you're in endgame and you have a bunch of stuff going on and there's a whole bunch of bombs and a bunch of grenades blowing up in your face, crosshair damage feedback is sort of the last thing you want to see because you never know if it's going to be hiding important information for you. So I personally recommend that you keep it off. If you'd rather know that you're dealing damage, you can keep it on. But trust me, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to overwhelm you. Just keep it off. Damage numbers doesn't really matter too much. The number one thing I really want to talk about here is taking damage closes death box or crafting menu. Okay? This is going to be on by default. Make sure you have this off, okay? There's a lot of settings that come down to preference, but this is probably one of the only ones I will say is like an absolute requirement if you want to start surviving fights and start getting up in your ranked, okay? Reasons being is because they're, aside from like being able to heal in fights and stuff with like your shield bats, your cells, and all that other cool stuff, rather than shield bat, because you're not, most of the time you're not going to have time for that, there's a mechanic called shield swapping. Anytime you go into a death box, typically they spawn after you wipe a team. You can access their loot box, right? Their death box here. And grab what's called a shield core. It's really hard to grab that and keep yourself healthy if someone like shoots one bullet at you and kicks you entirely out of the death box, okay? So keep this off. Keep that off. Aside from all the health ammo pop-up and voice lines and stuff like that, you can keep them on. But high-key, the better you get, the more you start to, you know, recognize when you're low on healing or ammo, you can just start taking that off because that's just audio clutter for you. Okay? What is it? So that's most of the gameplay stuff. But yeah, seriously, this one, turn it off. Turn it off. You'll be able to shield swap, you'll be able to survive more, and you'll thank me for it later. Alright. Alright. In terms of mouse and keyboard, what is it? Yeah, the only thing I would really consider is putting move forward on scroll up and then jump on scroll down. Again, this is to help you with air strafing, wall bouncing, getting into other movement tech. Oh, another thing I would also mention about keyboards too, make sure you have a dedicated keybind for healing. Healing, I think, is typically on your 4 key, but I would specifically set a keybind purely for shield batteries. Reason why? When you're in fights and stuff, this is for Survival 101, by the way. We're going to be jumping around a bit as they come up. You're going to be popping a shield bat. You're always going to be healing shields versus your heals. Shields are just faster overall, and they could also help with shit like aim flinch and stuff like that. Okay? When you're getting shot at, not for in the ring. Just when you're getting shot at. So, have a dedicated button for that. For shield batteries, I wouldn't really care too much about a Phoenix kit bind. I'll get into that a little bit later. Yeah. In terms of controller, I think the only thing I know about controller is that you want to have your menu cursor speed somewhere around the middle, somewhere a little bit faster, okay? Get this as high as you possibly can, so that way when you're in the middle of the fight, you won't have to drag your thumbstick down too much in order to reach that shield swap, okay? So, yeah. And that's as much as I know about controller. Again, I'm a mouse and keyboard Andy, MNK on top, MNK superiority. Alright, video settings! Like all other FPS, you want to have everything on either disabled or low. If you want to get into streaming Apex, texture streaming budget is going to be your best friend. Alright? The reason why FPS players want to keep all their shit on low is because a lot of the fancy schmancy stuff just kills your frames. And that is especially apparent in Apex Legends. If your game cannot run Apex, it's going to show itself very quickly. Even on my current gaming PC setup, where like I should have the specs for it, I still struggle or have stutters or whatnot. Okay. But if you want it to look fancy for streaming, just up the texture streaming budget. This will allot the textures to render in. It'll make it nice and pretty for stream. Couple of things I would like to note in video, however, is more terms for accessibility settings. Your field of view, I don't remember where the field of view is at default. I want to say it's about like, is it 70 or 90, right? Field of view is essentially how much of the environment you can see around you, okay? I have mine maxed out to 110. If you're not comfortable with that fisheye thing, you're free to lower that as you please. But I would say anything 90 and above is your best bet. The reason why you want to have a higher field of view is so that way you can have more information around you, okay? It's kind of hard to see enemies that are far off in the distance when you're at 70 as versus to 110, okay? I think the default is typically 90. I know there are added benefits in having a closer field of view because it makes the hitbox a little bit larger. But personally, I take information over everything. It's better to be able to see where the enemies are coming from, you know? Because in terms of aiming at them, you can just pick up the Kovacs or Aim Labs or like R5 Reloaded, right? So yeah. I also say this because some people tend to get a lot more motion sickness when their field of view is more limited. I'm one of those people. So yeah, if you are the type of person that feels motion sickness super fast, I would highly recommend bumping up your field of view as high as you can, right? FOV ability scaling, you want to disable this. This essentially pulls back the screen just to show when you're going faster. This makes me nauseous, so I usually have that off at default. And then your sprint view shake, I personally have it at minimal. Again, this is just like the view bob. So like your character bobbing their head when they're like running and bobbing and weaving and huffing and puffing, trying not to get charge rifled from 400 meters out. Okay, so yeah. Audio, I don't really have much to say in terms of audio. You can turn this up or down if you don't want to listen to your dumbass teammates. I mean, well, who said that? The only thing I would really say is make sure you lower your dialogue volume. The dialogue volume is helpful because sometimes it will ping out important stuff to you. They have a lot of good voice lines about that. But most of the time, they can just be really not really obnoxious, but like distracting. And it could basically overwhelm you from information you should need, right? I love all the voice actors in this game, but sometimes I don't want to be hearing their banter when I'm fighting for my life in Game 5. It's just what it is.
Come on, Ramp. Are you gonna leave your poor lonely upgrades unchosen forever?
And then last but not least, they added this recently to Apex. Gameplay volume while spectating, okay? So they added a cool feature where you can actually queue while you're in the lobby. You don't have to be kicked out from the lobby. So if you're returning to Apex and you don't want to have to keep constantly meddling with your audio levels, this is for you. Lower this thing, okay? lower this thing, whether you're in queues, whether you're in customs, whether you're in scrims, right? So you don't have to be busting your eardrums every single time the team you're spectating like does something. But yeah, gameplay volume while spectating. It's not necessarily a requirement, but I figured I would point this out since we were here, because again, they kind of just put it in the patch notes and I don't think they made a lot of fanfare about it. And trust me, this game is loud. EVE.EXE audio mixing is something that has a lot left to be desired, but thank God they added this, because my God, that PK when it's rattling your eardrums and stuff, my God. We already have audio issues, let's not make it worse. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I personally have sound on in background. This is so if I'm alt-tabbing, I'm watching TikToks and stuff, and I get queued into a ranked game, I know. Sometimes you'll have like the little icon toaster pop up and blink, but I'm stupid. So I personally have my sound on in the background. So if you're ever curious about that. AKA, stop being AFK in your rank. Stop queuing for rank if you're going to be AFK. So yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's all I really had to say. Alright, let's talk settings. Or I've already talked about settings.
Better choose an upgrade.
So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm sorry I keep dragging. Didn't realize it's already been an hour and a half, but I figured this would be important stuff and I hardly see anyone talk about it, so there you go. Alright, actual tips, okay? Actual tips before getting into the game, and not just picking up the controller, alright? Give yourself grace. You're gonna get shit on. A lot. You're going to die. A lot. And that's okay. That's perfectly okay. Apex has a moderately steep skill gap, I would say, right? It's a little bit of a steep learning curve, all right? But we all had to start somewhere, all right? Give yourself some grace. Apex is super exciting and super fun, and I think personally really, really rewarding to get into. But you gotta give yourself some grace. You're gonna get shit on, and half of the time it won't even be your fault. Because the thing about Apex matchmaking, right? The thing about Apex matchmaking, right, is that it will incrementally put you in harder lobbies the better that you do. So if you're just starting out in Apex and you're quickly building up skills and all, and you are, you know, finding yourself hitting walls faster and faster, that's because the game is starting to give you harder games. The game is starting to recognize that, hey, you're starting to figure out what you're doing in this game. All right? You're gonna get shit on. It's fine. It's fine. It's a good thing. It's how you learn. Okay? So give yourself some grace. Number 2. This is probably another thing you've heard aside from pick up the controller. Just play the game. There are certain resources that you have. Obviously being Kovacs and aim labs. Those are 2 aim training things everyone uses. There's also recently been R5 Reloaded. R5 Reloaded is essentially Apex that plays on a... What is it? An older version. Sorry. R5 Reloaded is a Apex server that is maintained by the community that is hosted on one of its earlier servers. So while it might not be up to date on all the legends and stuff, pretty much you'll get a comparable gun feel to that. Yeah. There's also a bunch of stuff you can do there. You can take 1v1s, you can just use the bots and stuff, work on your strafe, work on your tracking, so on and so forth. But ultimately, nothing's going to beat the real deal. It's not going to beat the real deal. Aim Labs and Kovacs and R5 Reloaded all have their use cases in helping you isolate certain issues. Like for instance, your aim sucks, or you want to get a better feel of the guns. Probably better to hop on the R5 Reloaded, right? But again, everything you learn in R5 won't always translate to the Battle Royale, okay? Because the Battle Royale portion of Apex, which is like the core version of Apex, it's more about numbers and knowledge than it will be about your gunplay, okay? So, yeah, play the game. Another thing I'd like to point out that was also introduced recently is your welcome challenges. So, if you go to your main screen, right? If you look at the top of the new Apex UI, you'll see something that says challenges. You'll have a bunch of challenges, some to unlock ranked, some to do dailies, and there's also a certain set called welcome challenges, and they basically go through every single thing you need to know on how to play the game, certain stuff you need to do for the support class, assault class, skirmisher class. So these are all the different legend types that you can play, and basically get you acclimated to the game. It's a good way to basically put everything in a checklist for you. But yeah, I personally don't have it because, again, I've been here for too long. But yeah, if you are just starting out, you'll probably find this. If you want to find the welcome challenges, again, it's under challenges and then welcome challenges. And then there also should be challenges that will get you into ranked too. Speaking of ranked, they've changed ranked, okay? Typically, what is it? Beforehand, you only had to hit like level 10 or whatnot, and then you can start going into ranked. Well, as part of their efforts to dissuade cheaters just hopping on another account as soon as they get banned, they've now raised that level cap from 10 to 20. And also, in addition to getting level 20, you also have to clean up your ranked challenges. Okay? So yeah. I personally think it's a good way. If I was starting to learn Apex Legends again, I would have loved challenges like these because it's really nice. It helps you look for stuff that you need to consider if you want to win in a battle royale. Specifically, this one. So yeah, welcome challenges, all available for you. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I think if you actually finish these challenges, you should be able to get one free legend unlock per group. I think that's how it went on the last. Don't quote me on it. Make sure you check that. I might be talking out my ass. But yeah. Really nice addition. I think they've been doing a lot of work to make Apex not so scary to beginners and also give them a sort of guide and basically help lead the way. So, yeah. Hi BB, how do I get an heirloom drop 300 right now? And then the obvious and the nice, have fun, right? More primarily, try not to solo queue too much, alright? I solo queue because I'm a crazy person, okay? Apex already has a lot of RNG involved in it. The most you could do for yourself to like make shit easier, whether that is having consistent comms, the better, alright? Obviously, I'll talk about solo queue 101 considerations, but it won't be that much different from what I'll be talking about today. All right? So, yeah. Oh, another thing about the game modes, too. The reason why I did the flyby of all the different like game playlists you can do is because not only do you have R5 Reloaded at your disposal, you also have Mixtape. Mixtape is nothing like the Battle Royale, like the core version of Apex Legends, but it's a great way to get you into the game and get you familiarized with all of the guns. No looting involved, straight up pick your like loadout and just start running in there and shooting at people. So, yeah. And Wildcard too. Wildcard is a ton of fun. I don't know if the Wildcard is going to be a permanent sort of addition. I'm assuming it is, just based off of all the different events that they have going on. But Wildcard is good too. Rather than have to do death boxes and stuff like that, unless you only need like guns and ammos and stuff, you just get in there and start shooting your gun. So, yeah. But yeah, no, seriously, if you care about your rank points, don't solo queue. As I said, do as I say, not as I do. So that's pretty much it. Alright! Anyways, Legends. I started talking about it. Let's get to meet them. So this is Wraith. She is the interdimensional skirmisher, okay? You're going to be seeing her a lot in your games. If you don't recognize this pattern, it's probably because you've been seeing her under this cosmetic instead. Aura and everything too. You might also see these funky little badges on their player banner. Don't worry about that right now. They can't hurt you here. Well, until you started playing really good for like 2 or 3 games. Well then. Yeah, anyways, so Legends and classes. Alright. for our Legend Spotlight, we're gonna be talking about Bangalore, okay? We're just gonna talk about her toolkit. There's over about 27 toolkits in all. They're all individual. They're all unlocked. The thing about the Legends is that you actually have to unlock them to play all of them. You could either do that by challenges or by playing the game or by dropping a battle pass, I think. And then I think they should be unlocked for this season, question mark. The Bangalore is one of the free ones that you get off rip. Yeah. Alright, so you already know all of these, but for everyone that doesn't know, we're just going to do a quick flyby off of this. Your passive... So all Legends have 3 abilities to them, okay? Passive, tactical, and ultimate. In Bangalore's case, her passive is that when she's getting shot at, she can bob a weave real good. She gets a little speed boost when she's moving up. For her tactical is that she puts out a smoke. Tacticals are something that is inputted by the player in comparison to like passives that are always active or can be activated at will. Again, this kind of depends on what you're playing. And then your ultimate is basically your OP weapon. This is going to be the strongest thing in your kit and therefore will have a much longer cooldown in comparison to your tactical. Right? She literally calls in an airstrike. So, yeah. You can actually lower the cooldown of your ultimate by picking up something called ultimate accelerants. If you're just coming back into the game, they actually recently bumped up their rarity level. Ultimate accelerants are not blue, they are purple now. So in case you're looking around for it and you're just like, where's my ult accelerant? Where's my ult accelerant? It's not blue, it's purple. It's purple now. Reason why is because, you know how I talked about like movement penalties and stuff when you use certain items in the game? The ult excel used to be one of them, but now you can actually B-hop freely when you're popping that thing. So, yeah. And like I said, all of them are unlocked and free to use in the firing range, so get on in there and try them all out. So, abilities. So, I talked about how they all have abilities, right? But in the recent addition to Apex, they also have another set of skills called their class passives. Yeah. So, each and every single legend, which is your playable character, can be basically identified by their class, right? For the longest time, the classes didn't really mean much, especially because like a lot of legends, even though they are a certain class, their toolkit ends up being very multi-use, right? It hasn't been until like season 20? Season 21, 23, that classes actually dictate even more perks for you for your team. So, yeah. Yeah. Quick flyby of all of them. We got Assault, Skirmisher, Recon, Support, and Controller. For those of you that are old to Apex, these are probably the ones that you've seen a lot of. And this is probably new to you. You're like, what the hell is that? So, yeah. Yeah, it's basically your Apex MBTI. Like, what sort of Apex player are you? If you were asking yourself what kind of legend you want to start out with, deadass, just go in the fire range and check them all out. Assault character is all about combat utility and initiation. They're all about dealing a bunch of damage and pressing your advantages when you get them. This is characterized by getting an initial speed boost every time you crack someone's shields, aka you shoot them really good, right? They can also carry extra ammo. They also have 2 specific slots in their inventory that is for grenades. And also, you could also open up pills. These red pills over here. These red pills, this is called a smart loot bin. The red ones is for the assault class. Typically, everyone will be able to open that top side, but the bottom side will have a lot of attachments, i.e. like gun attachments, like mags and stuff, and even sights for your team, okay? Also, this will give you something called Evo, which I'll talk about once we're back in the range. Skirmisher is all about combat mobility and escape. So, you wipe a team, you knock down all your doors, and now you have to figure out how to rotate, aka leave and move on to the next fight. Skirmishers are kind of interesting. I don't think the player base really knew what skirmishers were for the first bit, but I think they've actually started to flesh it out really well in the recent seasons. Pretty much everyone in the skirmisher class has some form of movement or rotational device to them, whether that is wraith portals, whether that's Valk flying in the sky and stuff like that. And they basically help you get around the map. Cool things that the skirmisher can do is I can actually scan care packs.
Care package over there.
You can see the highest value item in the care packs, right? From anywhere across the map. You just have to look up and see it, right? Skirmishers, when they get a knock, they also have a lot of I'll say selfish for the lack of a better term. But a lot of these people are very self-sufficient. They know how to bob and weave in and out of fights, get you that off angle that you really need to push the advantage or to leave, right? So anytime you get a knock on this character, you will actually self-regen HP to a certain point. And what else? Oh, yeah, skirmisher, movement. Just think this is the movement class. Not only will they get HP and regen, but your teammates will be able to run to you faster. This used to be Conduit's passive, but they basically just gave it to this entire class, if you're familiar with that character. Yeah. Yeah. Recon is all about enemy intel and tracking. They're the ones that get to use this beacon right over here. You're going to see that on your map. If you like to follow the trails of your enemies, if you like to figure out where they are in the map, you know, you want to figure out where your next fight or your next scary people are, this is the one for you, right? They also have something called threat sight, where essentially if they are looking down, ADS, aim down sight, they get a highlight, a red little funky highlight on all of the bodies. So, yeah. Support's all about team survival and supply. Support bins, they have the blue smart bins that you see over here. And they also have faster revives from everyone except Doc. Doc being Lifeline's little passive. The funky little bot that gets you up. And what is it? Every time you get someone's banner from their box, they will typically also spawn something called a mobile respawn beacon. So this is all about keeping you in the game, keeping you kitted, giving you all the supplies you need, all that fun stuff. For your health, for survival, for making sure they don't survive, okay? This is for your survival, this is for their not survival, and this is for bobbing and weaving, and this is for scanning. And last but not least, controller. Controller is all about area control and setup. You guys have your own special scan too. This is called a zone beacon or survey beacon. You hit this if you want to figure out the next zone and ring. That's basically the next safe zone, I guess. A lot of these classes are defined by how well they can control the space around them, whether it's putting up shocking fences, farting all over the place, shooting the goop, all that good stuff. So they have that. They can scan the ring. And also, as an added bonus, since most people that are playing this controller class, you're going to go for early rotates, i.e. you're going to want to be in the safer ring, i.e. you're going to be surrounded by danger a little bit more, you actually get an extra 25% shields so long as you are within the safe zone. So, yeah. So that's pretty much it. You don't have to worry about taking all the notes from this. You could actually access all of this yourself in a quick reference if you go on the top tab, right? Go through your legend locker and it'll tell you abilities, upgrades, and all skill classes. So, yeah. And it'll also tell you for your convenience which characters go where. So, yeah. This can be found, again, this tab can be found in at the top. Go to legend locker. And then once you're on the legend locker screen, you want to, I guess on my screen it says view skills, but it'll tell you at the bottom left. And that's where you get it. If you want me to show it, hold on. Because I think at this point I'm probably going to start going into the other stuff. Yeah. So yeah, in case you want to find out where the, where that tab is, go here, go view skills. And then the whole thing comes up. Right? Right here. All at the top right, the further right. So yeah. But yeah. That's all this good, useful stuff. All this useful information they just don't freaking tell anyone about. I'm here to tell you though. One more thing on top of your class abilities is that you also have upgrades. So, upgrades. It was recently added like a handful of seasons ago. Upgrades are essentially special perks that you can use to tailor to your specific play style, right? For instance, going back to Bangalore, right? You like Bangalore because you like being able to cover your crosses with your smokes, and you like shooting a nuke on everyone and stuff. And then you probably think to yourself, oh, I want to have even more freedom within that. Upgrades are for you. Upgrades, basically, at every Evo shield level that you get, there's only 3 max. Lately, they tapered it down from the level 5 shields. Every time you upgrade your shield, you get an option to choose your own upgrade. Typically, the upgrades, again, this will be different for every single legend. Don't get overwhelmed by trying to learn all of them. High key, just pick the legend you like, and then just start playing around with them from there, right? But typically, the upgrades, they can be categorized into 2 areas. One of them will be a little bit for your own survival, and 2, the other one will probably be more sided for just, you know, team utility. So one of them will probably be more for you, the other will be for everyone on your team. For instance, in Bangalore's setup at level 2, she can choose Cover Me, where allies can regenerate HP while inside of the smoke. They basically hotbox in that thing, you know. She also gets an auto ping of whoever the heck crosses through her smoke and basically give her, like, sights within her smoke. Electric smoke will attack anyone, as well as also like destroy ultimates and tacticals. So that it's like Watson fences and stuff. You don't want to see that over there. Boom, get out of my way. All right. EMC payload. This basically puts extra damage into her ultimate ability. Medal of Honor. This helps her bob and weave. Okay, and this also basically like steeps her into the support class perk, where she can get stuff faster. So yeah. Again, classes, they're not really a hard and set rule. The only thing that really defines what legends go in each class is just what they bring to the team, like at a base. But again, you can always change it around per your play style. 2 things I will note about upgrades though is that this resets every single game, okay? And you can't also take it back. So as soon as you click on something for level 2, you can't switch it up. You can, however, delay the upgrade until you need the upgrade, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. I would just figure out what upgrade you want and go from there. So yeah. Can you reset the upgrade if you armor swap, or is it permanent for the round? Nope. All upgrades that you get are permanent in the round, no matter what your level of shield is. I'm gonna get into that after this. But yeah. So yeah, those are upgrades. What is it? What else? Alright. Yeah, since you're over here, let's go ahead and go through the gun, shields, and inventory. I wasn't going to go through all of them, but now that I think about it, I think another core thing about Apex that really sets it apart from other BRs is the whole shield mechanic thing. Specifically, Evos. If you want the full breakdown of how they explain Evos, you could actually go into Change Legend. And then when you're over here, you can toggle legend details on any one of them, right? And under the upgrade tab, you'll see the about tab over here. And then this will basically pull up Apex's in-game explanation on how their shields work. Okay? So yeah. Where do I want to start actually? Yeah, sure. Let's start from shield since we're here. So, legend armors. Like I said at the start, Apex has done a whole slew of quality of life updates. One of that being updating the loot pool. The loot pool used to be absolutely terrible, and now on average it's actually quite alright, even kind of nicer depending on which map you play into. So you got something called level up armor. Back in my days, you know, armor used to be on the ground. Armor is no longer on the ground. It is something that you inherently start with at the start of the match. It's the same armor that you have. The only thing that you can adjust is the cores, right? You can upgrade your armor. You don't have to run around for your armor. You upgrade your armor basically by doing damage or collecting something called Evo, right? I'll get into that a little bit later. Shield cores, as it says, is legend armor is fueled by shield cores, which contain the current shield HP inside of your armor, okay? This is what you're grabbing every time you're going for a shield swap. Alright. A lot of people were worried about the addition, about the removal of armor, but I feel like they've actually streamlined it to make it so much more sense for the type of game you play. A cool thing about legend armor is that you can actually get an overcharge from it. So, overcharging, basically, if you're in the middle of a fight, right, and you get their shield in front of them, and you're rocking like a blue, if you look at the bottom left over here, right, you can see that I currently have white shields. If I pick up this shield cord right here, you'll notice that I'll have like passive, what is it? Like temporary looking shield cells, right? To denote the difference in our armor. This is called overcharging or overshielding. This will last for a certain time, right? You can tell by like the shield icon that's gradually going away at that bottom left. You can continue to upgrade your shield while you still have this over armor up, because again, that upgrade is inherent to you. But over time, it will inevitably go away. So, yeah. So you can't just rock. You can't just like sit up somewhere in zone and not shoot at anything and grab a shield core and expect that to carry you. Nah, you gotta shoot your gun, dog. You gotta shoot your gun. So, yeah. That's the latest update that they made to shields. Again, if you want to read it, just go through change legend, toggle legend details. And you'll also have this on the lobby too. So, yeah. Again, 3 levels. And then every time you upgrade, you can choose... Oh, you upgrade your shield, you can choose what like special individual perk you want. So pretty much everything you do in the game will help upgrade your shields. Every single thing you do in the game will help you upgrade. For instance, doing damage will probably be the most reliable, right? And as you can see, on top of my shields, there's the next level button, right? This basically tells you how much more damage you need to do in order to get to blue. So yeah, that's how much damage I needed to do to get to blue. And now to get to purple, I need to do 1500 more. You also see at the top, the upgrade thing. I personally have my upgrade / emote wheel bind to caps. So I can just choose it if I'm in the middle of a fight, like assuming I upgrade during the fight. I believe the original key is like F1, function 1. But I put it to caps to make it a little bit easier, so... That's another quality of life setting you should probably consider. Yeah. This is what Wraith has at her level 2. I could get either a passive that warns you when a third party is coming, or I can get my ultimate cooldown shaved off. I'm just gonna go for that. And then once again, when she does her upgrades to purple armor, right? If you forgot exactly what you chose for your upgrades, you could press inventory, bring the inventory up. And right next to your guns, you will see all of the, what is it? The upgrades that you took. The special perks that you took. Okay? And And also, if you're in the middle of a game with people and you want to know what your teammates have pulled, you'll see both of their bars come up over here. And then you'll also have the icon. Like, see how you have your icon by, like, your passive and your armor and what you have? The same will happen for your teammates. So, like, say you have someone, right? Say you have, like, a Mirage on your team, and rather than get the perk that literally lets them use all of the scans and get you all the information, they decide to go with the other perk. So if you're ever asking yourself, dog, where the heck is our zone scan? Like, we're on blue shields, bro. You can check if they have it just based off of over here. Especially if they try to bullshit you. Figured I should note that. Can you get dupes from loot boxes? No, you cannot. You can pull shield cores out of loot boxes, I think. You can pull them out. This one goes away in the firing range. So technically, you could still do that whole thing where you want to hoard a bunch of shield cores. But when they drop from the box, they drop from the box. Yeah. I don't... They basically... Shield cores are essentially their own item in the game. I would treat them more like their own item in the game. I think. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah. They don't infinitely spawn... No death box will infinitely spawn shield cores. Basically, whichever one that they had upon their death is what you get. And also, if you swap shields, right? The shield core inside, sometimes it might not always be at full health. It will always maintain the level of shields that it was upon dropping it. So typically when you wipe a team, that's when you'll see the full shield core. But maybe when people are fighting, they leave like half shield swaps. So, yeah. Yeah, that's it on shields. What else do I need to talk about? Alright, I'll talk about guns super quickly. So, guns, you have a whole variety and sets of guns over here. You got your snipers and your marksmen over here. Alright? These are your snipers in the middle. This is your wingman. This is your bow check. Don't ask me why the hand cannon is in the snipers. I think they did that as a balancing change. This gun used to be over with the heavy weapons. I used to have like fucking 12 shots. And it was great. Except for the fact that a lot of people were just doing the darndest things and just snapping everyone's heads off. So that's why it's under the sniper rounds. Okay? You got your shotguns and your SMGs. These are really your close range sort of stuff. These are for your far ranges, your mid to long ranges. You got your heavies. We got some LMGs up in here. This is your light machine guns. We got a marksman over here that uses 30-30 ammo. Okay, you got the prowler over here. These are typically weapons that will like have a little bit more of a kick to it, I guess. Right? Energy. A lot of these will have a ramp up time, specifically this gun and this gun, right? And then we have our care pack weapons. These care pack weapons change per season. Currently, well, no, except this thing. This one always stays here. This is never leaving the pack. These two might leave though. And then this knife you'll only really see in Gun Run Mixtape. Who would ever hoard meds in this game? Yeah, who would ever hoard meds? Imagine though? No, I don't want to imagine it. The Kraber can stay in jail for all I care. So yeah. A lot of people will probably ask me like gun meta, the best guns to choose, all that fun stuff. But like honestly, I think you're just better off playing what you're comfortable with. Obviously, there's going to be gun metas. There's always going to be certain guns that are a little bit more better than others or OP or whatnot. And there's Kraber's always going to be the Kraber. But honestly, like I said, gunplay will always trump movement. The more comfortable you are with more guns, the better you'll be in the long run. But I will talk about a couple of, I guess, starter guns that you can use, right? If you're just new to Apex and stuff, and when you figure out tracking and learning the guns and stuff like that, I personally recommend the R301. The R301 is basically like the baseline gun that you can get in this game. An equivalent to that is the flatline, okay? If I were to make analogies to other games, the R3 and the flatline are essentially the Phantom and the Vandal, right? Flatline being the Vandal, AK equivalent, all that good stuff, right? R301. The reason why my R301 looks different is because I got my skins on mine. Yeah. R301 is literally the beginner gun. The reason why it is the beginner gun is because it's pretty good at like mid-ranges, which is where you're going to be taking a lot of your fights when you're playing. And also, it's not too bad in short range either. Or close range, I mean. Right? So yeah. Flatline is about the same, okay? The only thing about the flatline is that the spray, you're going to need a little bit more spray control, alright? Couple of other good guns if AR, like assault rifles aren't really your thing. You can also check out the Volt. This thing over here. The Volt is an SMG, right? Shoots really well, shoots really fast. Oh, now that I have the Volt in my hand, I should probably talk about mods, right? So, as you can see on my head, it says here there is a locked hop-up graffiti mods. So, in addition to all of the different gun attachments that you can put on your gun, there's also now built-in hop-ups. Originally, when Apex was out, hop-ups were something you found on the ground. Now they're just built into most guns. You'll be able to see which gun has which mod if you hover over it, if you have it enabled, right? So on and so forth. So if you guys are wondering where the turbocharger is, it's here. It's just in the gun. The way you unlock the hop-ups and stuff, you just have to do enough damage. So, same thing. Same thing with your shields. The more damage you do with your gun, the more you'll be able to unlock its abilities. Oops. I totally just covered it. But yeah. Let's see if I can do it with the Volt. Also, I think these, I want to say that the Evo upgrades that you get for your guns is tied to you. And not necessarily the gun that you pick up. So as you see in the top bottom right over there, now I have graffiti mod. And what it tells you, that unleashes rainbow firepower. So basically the gun just gets that much better in endgame. So yeah. That's another thing that was changed too. Yeah. What's your gun recommend for newbie? Yeah, I got you. Also, hi, Pistip! How's everyone? Sweep! Hyper boomers! My name is Bluebell, mostly known as BB. I'm currently doing EVE.EXE 101. I'm currently talking about, like, beginner guns. Beginner-friendly guns. I was also talking about a bunch of other things. I didn't realize it was already 2 hours into the stream. My god. But yeah. I play a lot of Apex, and I know a lot of people are watching ALGS this weekend, and they want to play Apex too. So if you've always wanted someone to get into the range and like talk about the basics, yeah, that's what we're going over right now. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. But yeah. This is some beginner-friendly guns. Definitely your R301 and your flatline. Your Volt is also really good too. Welcome back for 15 months. So yeah. So those are for short ranges. If you want a gun that wants to help you like mid to longer ranges, G7 Scout would be a good decision. G7 Scout has a pretty like decent firing rate. It shoots as fast as you can fire it. Okay? What is it? You also have the 3030. The 3030 is basically basically like a long-range wingman. Lots of nice firepower too, and especially if you could like shoot someone in the head. You can shoot pretty far with it too. So yeah. The car I would also recommend is like a pretty good gun to get started with. The car is currently in gay baby jail, aka care pack. That's not a fully well-known comm in the Apex community. That's just what I call the care package. It's essentially gay baby jail. Because the Kraber's in it, look at it. Anyways. What makes the car differ from the R9 is that the car has really good like hip fire control. There's not too much stuff you have to do in terms of controlling the hip fire. Alright. And in this case, while it's in the care pack, you can actually choose if you want to rip someone's like health off first. Or if you want to rip their shields first. So yeah. I did that the opposite way. But yeah. What is it? Which game inflicts the most mental damage? Does that have to be League, no? If you want to inflict mental damage in the game, pick up this thing. This thing used to wreak absolute havoc. Not this gun. As in like terror and pain in everyone's games. God forbid if I'm ever getting pushed in this game and I hear someone fucking... I just drop my gun and I accept my fate. Cause there's no avoiding that shit. Especially if you have turbocharger enabled. Okay? I could sit here and go through all the hop-ups, but honestly, your best bet is just getting in the firing range and reading him up and figuring out what works for you. Another friendly gun I would say is the alternator. The alternator is an SMG. It's a small machine gun. It has a pretty slow firing rate, so it can help you practice when you're tracking enemies and stuff like that, and figuring out like bullet drop and stuff. And then but if you find the alternator a little bit too slow for your liking, you might want to consider the R99. The only thing I'll say about the R99 is that once you start getting to these sort of guns, you're gonna have to start dealing with recoil. Recoil is essentially the patterns inherent to a gun. When you hold down the left click and shit. So yeah, I feel like that's I would say is beginner friendly guns. The Nemesis is also pretty friendly too. Nemesis is a burst gun, but funnily enough, you don't have to tap the button. You can just hold down your cursor or your left click when you're shooting it. It actually gets faster when you hold it down. So yeah. In terms of snipers, I don't really play snipers, but I would say the longbow is a pretty good starter. The longbow, good way to shoot at everyone's heads. Shoot it pretty decently, pretty fast. The charge rifle is super fun. The charge rifle is no longer a railgun. It actually is a projectile, I guess. You know? And then if you really get it evoed up, you can start firing the shit auto. Hold on. Let me unlock it real quick. So if you really want to scare the shit out of everyone in your lobbies, just start picking this shit up and start firing. So yeah. You got single. And then you press B if you want to switch to your alternate gun firing. You can turn it to an auto. But yeah, no, seriously, longbow's probably your best bet. Yeah. I think that's it for all the beginner guns I could really think about. Oh, I should probably briefly touch on attachments. Attachments are all pretty like self-explanatory. I think the only attachments you really need to prioritize getting first and foremost is your heavy mag. A lot of your fights in this game are boiled down to very simple things. I should say simple thing, aka how much damage you can put out. So the mag will essentially load your gun with more bullets. lets you output more damage. And then, comparable to that, probably secondly, you can start to think about your sights, right? The better your sights are, the closer your enemies are to your screen. Alright? I don't really want to tell you which sight is the best. A lot of people will tell you certain things. Honestly, the best sight is the sight that works for you. And, yeah. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I can think of. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory. You can always check them out here at the firing range. So I think that's it for guns. We did shields. Ah, inventory. I know someone asked about inventory management. Okay, so... Oh, before I talk about inventory management, I should also talk a little bit about the grenades. So you have grenades in Apex. You have grenades in Apex. Here we go. I think they're currently filed under something called ordinances. As of this recording, we only have 3 type of grenades in here. We have the frag grenade. This is your big Kobe moment where you can throw 100 banger, right? This is really good for like chucking something on someone's damage and just highballing it, right? And having it explode on them without them knowing and stuff. We also have your arc stars. This one's sticky. You can stick someone with this. Oh, I can't stick some because I'm bad, but... Arc stars are really good because if you get an initial stick on them, it's a good way to disable someone immediately out of a fight. Okay? You can also deal damage to people too. Like, as soon as you stick someone, you can also hit them too. I basically almost guarantee your first knock on each initial fight. Okay? I believe arc stars can also be used to stick onto cars and to disable them. So before you can have a trident fucking tap strafing on your ass and shit, you can check this at it. And it'll basically stop it from moving. It'll stall the engine. Last and arguably the least is the thermite. The thermite essentially puts up a wall of fire. Okay? Now, typically the thermite... it's kind of an unfavorite grenade. A lot of people don't see a lot of value in the thermite. But personally, I think the thermite has a lot of good use cases, you know? For instance, let's say someone is using a knockdown shield, aka they're hiding behind their down teammate. Knockdowns, as you guys will find out, are incredibly fucking OP. So what you can do is you could stick arcs in there, but arcs can be blah, but you can just do thermite and it basically controls the area for you, you know? But yeah. And also you can do some pretty good chip damage. But yeah. It's a pretty good way. All of these grenades are really good at like doing initial entry damage, flushing people out, clearing out areas and stuff, so on and so forth. So, yeah. Pretty much it. Let's see here. Oh, and we actually have a survival item in here as well. This is an evac tower. There's also one more survival item called a respawn beacon. It's basically a mobile one of well, you'll see it when you play. This evac tower, it's always good for at least one person on your team to have this. Because rather than have to run to that thing over there, you can just basically pop your own repositioning thing. Or you could also do it without Valk. Valk is just nice because you can do it inherently. You know? Yeah. And then the same is said for the respawn beacon, except rather than put down a balloon, it puts down a little beacon, so you can call back your teammates when you're the solo. So yeah. Welcome back, Kadao! You're good! When/should you finish people? Oh, finishers? You want to talk about finishers? We can talk about finishers. Alright, so... I talked about something earlier, that is the shield swap. Another way to get your shields back. I wouldn't say get the shield backs fast, but in a way to like pat your own ego and also absolutely torch someone else's mental is a finisher. If you see a downed player... Man, is one of my mods on? What are you fuckers on? What are you guys on? What are you guys online? You on? Alright, hold on a second. Do I have you on this account? I don't think I do. Alright, hold on a second. Oh, I also want to say, shout out Miwu. Miwu was actually the one that did the whole tactical, passive, and ultimate gameplay that you saw earlier. And also a couple of other stuff you'll see too. So, yeah. W Miwu. Thank you, Miwu, for, you know, being our Miwu for scale. So, yeah. What is it? Alright. Let me just get him added here real quick. Is he on? I DM'd you. Teacher versus TA? Yeah, basically. Except I'm just gonna be beating the shit out of my TA. I mean, well, who said that? I mean, well, I'm not wrong. But... yeah. Hold on a second. Okay. Alright. Say hello to your TA, Miwu. Cause he about to be gone really soon. Alright. Alright. You should down yourself. Now. Come here. Alright. There you go. Good Miwu. There we go. There we go. Alright. You should down yourself now. Okay. So, when to not do a finisher. Alright? Finishers is basically every time you have a downed person or whatnot, you'll get this prompt in front of them to interact with them. Okay? You get a prompt to interact with them. This does two things for you, okay? A, it absolutely tortures their psyche. They're gonna be feeling dumb as hell that they let you get away with that long-ass animation and no one shot at you for it, okay? And two, it's also a good way to get back your shields. If you guys missed it from earlier, you know. Come here. Alright. Actually, no, it's just... Here, stay there. If you guys missed it the first time... I forgot I'm on Wraith. I forgot I'm on Wraith. Every single time you down someone, you get a refresh on your shields. If you guys noticed that my shield, it was like low over there, it actually got it up to heal because I managed to get through that entire animation. Another thing you can do by finisher, you can spam them. That's if you really want to be egregious, you know? Like, if you really want to torch someone's mental and also torch their eyeballs, spam the fuck out of that, you know? Just really make it apparent that you're that much better than them, right? So yeah, that's finishers. But please note that you only have a certain window in order to be able to cancel it. Once you actually commit to that finisher, you have to finish it, okay? You have to finish the animation. And when you're doing that animation, right, that's the perfect amount of time for someone to shoot you out of it, Okay, so finishers, while they do reward you in terms of getting you back your shield and also get you a little bit of evo, they're very risky. They're very risky. You're better off just shooting someone and fitting them that way. Okay. Would like to mention this will only get you your shields back. It will not get you your health back, okay? Which is why I say finishers are typically pretty risky. However, it's not just there to be a toxic piece of shit, okay? There is actual reasonings as to why you want to pop a finisher. But also, like, don't that feel good? Don't that feel good? Not for them, obviously, but for you, yeah. Alright. Okay. But yeah. It's really hard to be able to get away with that, right? So again, you're better off just finishing it and just going immediately for the shield swap. Alright? So yeah, that's it. That's it on shields. Thank you for reminding me about finishers. Alright, thanks, Vivo. You can leave. What are you doing? Hi. Thank you. Okay. Miu gets extra cred, right? The fuck you mean he gets extra cred? He's my TA. Fine, I'll give him like 2 extra pieces of chocolate. I'll give him like 2 extra pieces of chocolate when we do our morning stand-up, okay? Alright. Alright, yeah. Okay, actually talking about inventory management. Alright, so... Inventory management 101. How much of everything should I be fucking holding, dog? How much? Honestly, your priorities are going to change depending on 2 major things, aka how far you are into the game and what sort of backpack you're running with. If you haven't seen already, everything you see so far is currently graded on a rarity scale, right? This is the max you'll get for shields. These are your power-up amps, I'll get to them in a bit. And then these are your backpacks. The bigger the backpack, the more shit you can carry. No, it does not have anything to... You don't have any, like, weight penalties in this game or shit like that. You just get to carry more stuff. Okay? But yeah. Personally, I don't think there's any hard and fast rule as to what you should be carrying. Right? But there's a couple of general rules that everyone stands by, okay? This is what your inventory looks like when you don't have a backpack. Typically, when you drop into a game, the game will actually outfit you with, not that, 4 syringes and 4 shield cells to your name, okay? How do I also reset my armor? I don't know how I reset my armor here. So yeah. You still have to find backpacks on the ground, and they'll be typically range from your basic to your blue to your purple, and then you have your shiny gold item. A lot of the gold items in this game, whether it's attachments or backpacks or stuff like that, the reason why they're gold and Gucci and stuff like that is because they have extra perks with them inherent to them. Like for instance, this purple bag and this gold bag carry the same amount of slots. But at least for the backpack, you can carry 1 more extra medkit, okay? In comparison to this shit, right? So yeah. Our finisher's loud. Finisher's gonna be loud as fuck, actually. So yeah. Our helmet's just gone now. Oh yeah! Alright, let's talk about amps actually before... Sorry, I keep stalling inventory management. But honestly, I don't think I can really talk about inventory management without talking about power amps. So, before, in Apex, right? You used to have a helmet slot, right? Helmets were really good at A, if you had a gold one, you had a special perk with it, and then also B, it negated some headshot damage. They said frick that shit. Rather than helmets, they now fix that with power amps. Okay? So power amps are also another new addition to the game. There's currently all the 5 you see here in total. And depending on which amp you have, it could actually decide what you carry in your backpack. Okay, so from left to right, we got our power booster, okay? This essentially gives you the skirmisher passive, alright? So, well, not really skirmisher passive. You don't get the regen, but you definitely get tack charge of it. Sorry about that. So yeah. Power booster. Power booster will essentially lower your cooldown permanently on both your tactical and your ultimate. And also anytime you get a knock on someone, you'll actually get some of your tack charge back. Okay? This is really good on people for like lifeline, for instance. I like carrying power booster because I like having my doc back. So the doc, her healing item over here, it's on a pretty long cooldown, I would say. So if you have a power booster to start off with, you can get that amp back a little bit faster and basically keep your team longer in the fight. Okay? Infinite ammo. A lot of these are just self-explanatory. Okay? Infinite ammo. If you have infinite ammo, it will lock 2 slots off in your inventory. Okay? So yeah. You don't have to worry about carrying copious amounts of bullets. If you're the kind of person that wants to carry at minimum 600 bullets to your name, why carry 600 when you can just carry infinite? So that's what infinite ammo is really good for. Infinite ammo also stacks with stuff like the bow check. The bow check initially, you're only given 40 shots, right? Oh. Oh, I forgot I have the hold on one second. Where? Turn you off. Okay. But yeah. Infinite ammo works with specialty cases like the bow check, okay? Like with the bow check, you typically start off with 40 or you get 50. You get a couple extra if you play like the jumpy double jump guy, okay? However, if you get infinite ammo, now you just get infinite firing. Can I get infinite Kraber shot with it? I'm glad you asked! Yes, you can! So, before this season, when they initially announced amps the last season before, infinite ammos didn't really apply to care pack weapons. However, in this season, they're like, sure, what the hell? Might as well. Doesn't even matter I whiffed that first Kraber shot. Because I have infinitely more. The only thing you really have to think about is just reloading the clip. But yeah. Yes. Yes, you can get infinite Kraber shots. I don't know if this is I don't know if this is like a permanent sort of addition. I think the only reason they wanted to do this with the care pack weapons is because this amp over here, the overflow healer amp, this amp was arguably the strongest amp you could have. They nerfed it so that way it's not as strong in terms of its healing capabilities, just to let the other amp shine. But basically, everyone decided that this is the only amp that was worth having, and all these other ones kind of fell to the wayside. So because of that, that's how you get infinite Kraber shots. So yeah. And this also just doesn't apply to the Kraber, this applies to all the care pack weapons, okay? So, yeah. Thank you for asking. Yes, you can. Start running. So, yeah. Continuing on, we have the overflow healer, okay? Back before, when we still had helmets and stuff like that, I think it was backpacks or I don't know, I kept fucking changing around. If you were returning to Apex, this is essentially your gold shield buff, alright? Gold shields is something where if you popped a shield cell, rather than get only 1 tick of your shield back, you got 2 or whatnot. For using the overflow healer... Overflow healer, if you have it enabled, if you use your cells, then you will just passively regen the rest of your shield. And then so on and so forth with your syringes for your white health, okay? Bottomless batteries. Bottomless batteries is just in the name. The only caveat with bottomless batteries is that you need one full battery slot in your backpack in order to activate it. And it'll tell you that too. So if you open up your inventory and you check your amp and you're seeing why you're not getting infinite batteries, check that you actually have a full stack. Once you have a full stack, you're in business. Keep in mind, even though, what's it? The number will never change on your heal wheel. You'll never lose out on the amount of batteries that you have in your backpack. So this is a really good pickup like early game, I would say, before you actually get like those backpack upgrades, right? And then last but not least, over armor. Over armor is kind of like the only way you can get to reds at this point, even though the red color will never show up for shields. You are currently maxed out at 4 ticks. Over armor is what's going to get you to that max. So if you kind of miss having red shields, and if you want to have any chance of surviving against an infinite Kraber shot to the head, over armor is your person. Over armor is typically those people, or is good for people who are like going to be chowing stuff, going to be poking at long ranges, you know? Because as of now, I don't think... Yeah, purple is not enough. Kraber is essentially a one-shot headshot if they can actually hit it on you. But if you have over armor, that should actually give you a little bit of HP to maybe survive getting your head clipped. So yeah. Does the over armor add to fortified? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think you're capped off at 5. I think you're capped off at 5. But yeah. Does it actually? I don't think it does. Does it? I think it's maxed. It should be maxed. Yeah. Is there a controller legend in the chat that knows this off the top of their head? As far as I'm aware, I think you're maxed out at 5. You're maxed out at red. I don't think you can go further past. It does, however, count though. Let's say you are on white shields, right? Let's say you're currently running white shields and you get over armor, right? Over armor will technically put you at like a blue level shield even though you're on white. And then if you're inside a ring, you'll get another pip after that. So you can technically have a purple level shield on controller so long as all of the conditions apply. So yeah. Same thing can happen if you're running a blue and you get over armor. That'll put you at a purple technically, even though that still be colored until you get to that evo. And then if you're inside a ring, yeah, you will get to like max shields before getting purples. So yeah, max is still 5, but yes, over armor does stack on top of the controller buff that you get. Yeah. So yeah, those are your amps, and depending on what amps you get, that can actually change up what you bring in your backpacks. What is it? Per level, honestly. Yeah, I mean, there's really no hard and fast rule, especially with the implications of amps and stuff. But I would typically try to run at least 2 stacks per your, for each of your guns. You can only have up to 2. Well, unless you're someone called Ballistic, you can have 3 guns. But everyone typically carries around 2 guns. They're going to be split up to your primary as well as your secondary guns. Typically, you'll have something for close range, and then you'll have some close to mid range, and then the other one will be for mid to far ranges and shit like that. So it's always good to have at least 2 stacks for each. Assuming we have a normal backpack and I don't have any of the other amps applied, I typically like this is probably what my hold on. What my backpack would probably look like. Let's see. I'm running R400, right? I have all my attachments and stuff like that. Cool. Yada 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 yada. And yeah, close enough. And then yeah. But yeah, pretty much. So if I'm running like an R400 loadout, right, and I don't have any amps or anything, this is what my inventory would look like. Typically, if you're like in mid-game, you want to carry around like 12 cells probably, which is just 2 stacks of this. You kind of never want to go over 1 full stack of syringes, unless of course you have overheal or yeah, the overflow healer, right? Or you can just heal on the fly. But it's always good, even if you have overflow healer, make sure you have bats for yourself, because bats are what you're going to be really popping in the middle of fights when you can, right? What is it? If I really want to max it out, right? I really want to put more bullets rather than grenades. Like, this is perfectly fine. Honestly, the rule of thumb I would say is that carry at least 2 stacks. If you can carry at least like maybe a 3-2 split between your primary and secondary guns, that would be ideal. You never really want to go past 6 syringes. If you're like in super late game, you can actually drop this shield stack and you just can get more bats on you, you know? Because like the time it takes to heal your shield cells later on in the game is so much more infinitely longer than just popping the damn battery. Right? So yeah. I noticed the small healing stat increased to 6. Yeah, little quality of life change. You still only start off with 4, but you can loot up an extra one to just cap yourself off. And then individual stack. Yeah. Inventory management is very situational. Typically, the better your backpack is, the more you want to focus. I would primarily focus on having shield batteries. Obviously, this count will change if you have different amps and stuff. And honestly, aside from your heals, the number one important thing you gotta carry on you is grenades. One thing I noticed in lower level lobbies is that no one carries grenades. If you have infinite ammo, right? If I have infinite ammo for R3 and R9, these are the only 2 things I'm gonna need for ammo. So you can drop the rest of that shit. And look at how much more space you have for grenades. And like breaking down other teams without even picking up the assault class perk, you know? Grenades are literally so important in the game. Right? Like mix and match your inventory to your needs. But definitely carry at least 2 grenades. At least 2 grenades. If you're further on down in the game, like super end game, maybe carry like 4 or 5, okay? But yeah. Is the infinite ammo a hop up? I've never seen that. Yeah, it's because it was recently added to the game. So yeah. But yeah, early to mid game, you can probably prioritize having 2 stacks of cells or whatnot, but the later on you get in the game, the more you're just going to rely on your shield batteries. So that's pretty much it. And I guess since I'm over here, I was gonna touch on healing and like specifically healing in fights a little bit later, but since we have the lineup here, we might as well. This is your white heals. This is for your actual health bar. This is your shields. In the middle of fights, you're always going to want to prioritize popping your shields first. Shields are just a lot more quicker to get back, okay? Just based off of their use times. This takes only 5 seconds to use. This takes a whopping 8 seconds to use, okay? And fights are essentially decided in seconds, really? Milliseconds? Yeah, milliseconds. So you're gonna be prioritizing popping this in fights. Sometimes shield cell, again, if you have the overflow healer, right? What is it? So this gets all of your shields back. This gets only a portion of it. This gets all of your heal back. This only gives you a portion of it. In terms of when to prioritize what you're using, you always typically want to use shield batteries. But if you don't have any shield batteries, right? And you're really, really one-shot, then you can go ahead and pop the med kit, right? That's as much I could really talk about heals here without going into the nitty-gritty specifics, especially in terms of like tempo and fighting and stuff like that. Alright, let's talk about it. So, Phoenix kits. Phoenix kits are... I won't say they're useless, but just in comparison, just in comparison to how often I use shield bats in Phoenix, I hardly ever use Phoenix kits in endgame. Alright? Phoenix kits are nice for like early to mid game when you don't have anything else or you don't want to use up the consumption of all of this, but like ultimately carry one of these. You can carry two if you have the backpack for it, but don't let it carry more than one stack, okay? Don't let it take up more than one stack in your inventory. It's you're never gonna be popping a Phoenix kit in the middle of fights. It's just not happening. 10 seconds? 10 seconds is a really, really long time. Even before that, 5 seconds. 5 seconds is an insanely long time. Okay? I mentioned this now, and I'll mention it again when I start getting into the fighting aspect of the game. But every second counts, essentially, when you're in the middle of a fight, right? The time you take committing to a battery is time taken away from actually helping your team, right? Sometimes, the one thing I've noticed with a lot of people that are like on the newer side of Apex is that they always want to be full and healthy when they do engagements. You want to start pulling away from that sort of aspect, you know? Rather than think about your own HP, think about your HP in the entirety of your team's group pool, right? Rather than see yourself as someone who has like, oh, I don't know, 170, 175, like shields and heals included, think of yourself as someone that has 300 HP with your team, okay? I said this earlier, I said this at the start of stream too, Apex is a game about numbers. And so this is where the whole, like, you know, 2 guns is better than 1 gun type of deal, right? 3 guns will naturally outgun 2 guns. So even if you have 3 people up on your team, if one of them is too busy healing, you're essentially fighting at a 3v2, right? So, something to consider. Yeah. So, Phoenix kits, while they're nice, they're not... I don't know. The time it takes to pop them severely underhands, like, you know, actually being able to help your team and put down damage is what really should be your main priority when you get into fights. So, yeah. Don't be afraid to pop this thing, by the way, if, like, you only have a tiny bit of damage. Right? The only time you should really be popping Phoenix kits is if you know you're not getting thirded, right? AKA another party is rolling up on you, or like if you have a couple of chip damage, okay? Otherwise, you don't have to worry too much about Phoenix kits. Phoenix kits might seem OP because it fully gets you back at 100%. But typically, especially with how fast fights are going to be coming your way, you're almost never going to be popping this in the middle of fights. This will sort of be like an aftermath sort of thing, pre-rotate, final sort of nonsense. So, yeah. Pretty much it. Figured I'd say that about Phoenix kits. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Did I miss anything over here? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, so arsenals! I forgot they actually have these in the firing range now. So, again, if you haven't already seen that clip about Thump running around in Kings Canyon for 3 minutes trying to look for a goddamn gun, again, you really should, because that clip is timeless and funny as fuck. And also kind of a relic of its time. Theoretically, you should never be having that problem again, and that's because of this little new thing called arsenals. So, arsenals are something that you'll find all strewn throughout the Battle Royale game now. Okay? You go up to them. It is essentially a crate that is only for guns. So, yeah. In case, let's just say you drop somewhere and your ground loot is really, really unlucky, you don't have to worry, because if you drop on an arsenal, you can just run up to these things and grab the guns off of here. This is one of those things that they did to help with the loot pool as well, like clean it up a bit. To use the arsenal, you can either pick the gun up off of it, or you can run up to it with your own gun. As you can see, when you pull the guns out, they're currently on a timer. Everything will respawn from here always, so you could technically, like, reprint guns, but I don't know why you'd want to do that, I guess. Other than just, like, wait your turn. Another thing about arsenals, too, is that you can go to the side of it, and it will randomly give you an attachment that your gun is missing to get to the higher level. Okay? Since I'm over here and talk about arsenals, let's talk about specific ways you can game arsenals. So, a lot of the time, even though it's RNG, what sort of attachments you'll get per gun, you can actually game them a bit. You can get the probabilities to go in your favor. Because again, it'll only upgrade the next thing you need, right? So let's say you have a shotgun and you didn't find any shotgun bolts on the ground. A shotgun bolt is essentially something that helps your gun shoot faster, or like your shotgun shoot faster, right? Rather than take the 50-50 on trying to get the standard stock or the shotgun bolt, what you can do is that you can pick up a Mozam instead, right? The Mozam only has one attachment slot that you can put into. So rather than have to wait or see or, you know, guess if you can get the shotgun bolt, you can just go ahead and grab it. And then you can just pick up your other gun from the arsenal. So yeah. That's just one example on how you can manipulate the arsenal into giving you the missing attachments that you need. Another thing to know about arsenals too is that they'll grant your gun Evo. So if you have a gun that has a hop up on it, it'll get you a couple of points towards it. I don't remember how much, like 100 or some shit like that, right? Yeah, essentially if you're missing any sort of attachment over here, rather than have to play the game to get it, you can just assure it. So if you go to if you have a team right next to you, you know, if you're playing with a team and you see that someone has a standard stock, you can just be like, bro, can I borrow it real quick? I just want to get a shotgun bolt or the barrel stabilizer or so on and so forth from the arsenal. Okay. So that's a cool little neat trick you have with arsenals, I would say. Oh, another thing about arsenals. Arsenals will never give you sights. Sights is something you choose on your own. So you don't have to worry about the sight slot, okay? However, if you don't have a sight already sitting on your gun, it will automatically give you an HCOG. Okay? So yeah. If at any point you ask yourself, when the heck did I get this sight on my gun? It's probably because you got it from the arsenal. So yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it on loot. Is there anything else? I think that's it. Alright. Yeah, pretty much that is it in terms of just Yeah, word vomit, I guess. Literally just freaking information vomit. Yeah. You guys good? You need to take a break? We good? We good? Because now we're gonna start getting into the game and stuff. I know it seems really overwhelming, but again, at the end of the day, all you gotta know is that you need to go for your guns. And the only attachments you really should give a shit about is your mag. And your sight. That's it. So I can drop the sight that I don't want and then pick up the weapon for a free H1 cog? Yes, exactly. Oh, another thing to mention about the arsenals, you can only use each arsenal once per round. So, yeah. Konberu, hi, cool kid. What's up? Thanks for the health check. Arsenals refresh every single round. Not round, but like the further on you get into late game. Okay? So once you use an arsenal, that's your only one. As soon as you use the arsenal in one POI, which is a place of interest, you're gonna have to run to another arsenal if you want to try again at the gacha. So, yeah. Gacha, it's a plague. It's getting your favorites. Gacha is an Apex. However, you can manipulate the chances to your favor. Okay. Did I miss anything? I think that's it. But yeah. If this all seems self-explanatory or like, yeah, you already knew about that, that's because you already play Apex. I know there's a bunch of other people here that haven't played Apex in a couple of seasons and probably came back being like, what the hell is all that? What the freak is that? Why the heck does Kraber have infinite ammo? Okay, like, this is really just more for them. In terms of everything else, it'll also probably be more like beginner or like returning minded, but I'll see if I could throw anything in and more or less. Okay. Alright. Any questions? Going once? Going twice? Tell me you're joking about the Kraber. No, you can have infinite Kraber shots. Just pop an infinite ammo amp on that thing. This PowerPoint slide kind of professional? Thank you. I had a lot more involved, but unfortunately didn't save. I was really angry. I had to make up like half of it again for a stream. Alright, cool. If you have any questions, just let me know. Alright, let's finally start talking about the general flow of the game. This is mainly in terms of Battle Royale, because again, Apex Legends had its start as a Battle Royale. Obviously, it's not going to change up for Wildcard or Mixtape, or they have their own rule sets. This is specifically for BR, okay? Ranked or unranked. So if I were to break it down in early parts, you're going to have your early game, okay? This is where you're going to be landing, looting, shooting maybe, scooting around. Mid game is where you're going to be prioritizing your rotates, aka how you move from the ring, navigating to the safe zones, trying to find the quote-unquote god spot. And then late game is literally just playing for the win. Okay? So yeah. Does the infinite apply to Rampart's level 2 boon? Is that the one where you get infinite ammo behind her wall? Because I think she already has that innate to her wall. But if you want to keep it outside of it, then yes, it should count. Let me double check what you're talking about. Hold on. Faster reloads and infinite ammo when behind amp shields. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so the locked and loaded at Rampart's level 2, that's inherent to her walls. As the blue upgrade, the infinite ammo is just the amp you have, period. That's for your own reserve. I don't think infinite ammo necessarily has to apply to Rampart's level 2 boon, because I think that's already innate within the upgrade. And I'm pretty sure last time I checked that applies to everyone on her team. Like, if you have it, I think. So, I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah. That's crazy. Yup! Yup! It's kind of insane when I say it, but... Yup! Kraber or red weapon? I think infinite ammo will work. Oh, Rampart Walls will not... Oh, Rampart Walls infinite ammo does not give infinite Kraber shots, though. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying so much at this point. It's just like, man... Sometimes I say something and I'm just like, what the hell is this game that I play? Anyways. Alright, yeah. So, moving on. General flow of the game. Your early, your mid, and your late game. Alright. Again, early game, that's when you're landing. Mid game, that's when you're moving. Late game, that's when you're trying to win. Trying to catch an Apex champion. What do you mean by level 2 boon? Do legends have levels? Technically, yes. Levels 1, 2, and 3, you upgrade with your armor. So if you grab enough Evo points and shields and shit like that, you can essentially upgrade your armor. And while you upgrade your armor, you could also get a new power-up ability for yourself, essentially. Just to further enhance your own gameplay. Or, I guess, play to your own styles. Yeah. Okay, so, early game. Point number 1. I think this is probably one thing that is really overlooked by, like, newer players on Apex, but, where and how you drop on the map matters. A lot of people will say, you know, the more important decisions that you make in a battle royale are going to be towards the end. That's wrong. As I said, I mean, obviously you're going to want to play for the win and do what's right, of course. But a lot of how your end game can very well be dictated by how well your early and your mid game progress, you know? Early game, a lot of people will think that they don't have as much of a say in terms of how their game will go, but there's actually a lot of factors that you can control. And a lot of it starts as soon as you come off the jump ship. So, yeah. But yeah, where and how you drop matters. So let's talk about the how for a bit. Couple of jumping tips for you. That's Blood Hunter currently just tapping down over there. And yes, you should learn how to jump master, okay? Jump master kind of only applies to the unranked playlist, because in ranked and competitive, ranked actually takes out over takes after the competitive dropship format, where you will just drop on top of a randomly selected POI for you. But if you want to stop dying in pubs, you gotta take the reins of your own life, okay? Learn how to jump master. Learn how to do it. I don't want to hear no complaining. I don't want to hear no nothing. If you want to stop dying back to back to back, learn how to jump. You gotta do it. I'm sorry. You gotta. You're gonna leave the fate of your game and your mental in your stupid randoms hands and let them drop you in the middle of bumfuck nowhere? No! Take matters into your own hands. Learn how to jump. Okay, so here's a couple of jumping tips for you. I'll probably try to do like a solo duo drop-in just so I can show you guys. But I hate jump mastering. Okay, so if you hate jump mastering, either play ranked or... There is no or. Either play ranked or you jump master. You really want to leave it in the hands of your random? Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Come on now. Alright. So jump master tips. There's a whole bunch of ways people have explained it. But honestly, no ors to get your friends with you. No. Do it yourself. Oh, thank you, Phil. Welcome. Welcome. Alright. For Jump Master, there's no really hard and fast rules for it. There's just some general guidelines, okay? Number 1, always bring up the map at the start of a match and ping where you want to go, okay? If you ping where you want to go, it just basically gives you a marker, alright? And then the better you get at dropping, the better you can just go straight down and go on to your deaths, alright? But number 1, use your map. Your map is your best friend here. Another thing that's going to be your best friend is the flying UI. When you are dropping, you're going to have 2 bars come up on the left and right of your screen. One of them will be your speed, and the other one will be your altitude, which is basically how far you are from going kersplat on the ground. Except you don't go kersplat because you have the jetpack. Your speed, you always want to maintain your speed around 130 to 140. You never want to drop under 130. And then usually for your top speed, you never want to go straight down. I don't think you can actually hit your max speed that way. You always want to be at a little bit of an angle, even if you're hot dropping. Okay. What is it? If you are trying to hot drop, then you can just go straight down, of course. Hot drop is a term coined where, well, it's self-explanatory. You drop where it's hottest. A hot drop is essentially where like half of the lobby is going. That's where you see all the jump trails and shit like that going. This is basically what people want to square up. People want to get 4K 20 bombs and all that good stuff. If you're just starting out jump mastering, you're just starting out in Apex, I would probably be adjacent to that hot drop. Find an area where you see some loot on the ground, or you see some stuff on the ground, or a couple of buildings and a couple of pills you can open. Land there, and then run to where the action is, okay? Yeah. Typically, if you are dropping in your own POI, from your ping marker, you always want to be, I would say, about 500 to 600 meters away from your intended drop spot. You should always be dropping at about like a 45-degree angle, I should say, while maintaining these speeds. For jump mastering across the map, you want to hang actually between 130 to 140. It's something you might hear called dolphin diving, okay? That's basically where you are balancing your speed with how high you are in the air. So that's where you see people dip. And that basically gets you a lot more further out horizontally rather than just going down vertically. And in terms of jump mastering, you want to land close to your team, but you never want to land on top of each other. Like I said in the first slide, where you drop and how you drop really matters and how well your fight is going to go. You guys don't want to be taking the same loot paths. Essentially, if you guys drop on one area where there's only one single gun on the ground, your team in general only has one gun, right? Don't do that to yourself. You want to stay close to your team. You don't want to be like, you know, POI or buildings overs and stuff like that. But you want to be close enough where you can, A, actually gear up properly, get yourself some guns and some attachments, and also B, be able to reconvene and team shoot someone. So, yeah. Always remember to break off. Also, by the way, if you're not jumping, that doesn't mean you have to sit on your hands and knees. You can do something while you're jump mastering too. And even the jump masters should do this themselves. Free look. Always free look. Always look around at your surroundings. Don't just think about where you're landing. Think about where everyone else is landing on you too. Right? I can't necessarily tell you each and every single spot on where the loot is going to be. That's just something you're going to have to learn from playing the game. But you could probably start with dropping out a couple of POIs, figuring out the map layout, and then going from there. And yeah, pretty much it. Yeah, exactly. Don't be an overly attached teammate. If you are ever solo queuing and you're getting closer to the ground and you see that your like jump master is snaking left to right, that's telling you to get off. That's them telling you to get the frick off their butt. Go get your loot. If they're not just snaking, if they're actually screaming at the top of their lungs like, yo, get the fuck off me. This is why. This is why. You guys should be able to get your own guns. Okay? So, yeah. In ranked and competitive, the dropships are actually... They're not necessarily removed. Sorry, I had to like rush to put everything together. The dropships, rather than have one dropship that goes from, you know, one side of the map to the other, you just get dropped on top of your POIs. But same thing applies for the most part. You never want to go at a steep angle. You always want to go towards your loot paths. And again, don't land on top of each other. Okay? Always make sure you can get some guns. Speaking of Miwu again, here's another Miwu for scale.
I'm the jump master. Ready?
Yeah. So as you can tell, you can see out the side over here. That's where the jump ship's going.
Hit the jets. We're dropping hot.
So this would be more of like a hot trap sort of situation where you drop immediately off of the ship and just go straight for the first POI that you see. The only thing Mew didn't do in this clip is that he didn't look around. But even without looking around, you can see a shit ton of people show up around you. Okay? So yeah. Damn, Mew fired. I wouldn't say Mew was fired, but he definitely has points off. 100% won that game, by the way? Yeah, sure, bud. Okay, anyways. Anyways, loot prioritization. So I talked your ear off about like what loot you could run into. But I didn't necessarily tell you how to prioritize your loot. Right? So your loot prioritization should go as follows. Number 1, guns. Never ever bring your fists to a gunfight. You will get gunned down. You will be spam finishered. They're gonna sit on you and send your ass straight to the lobby. Go for the guns first. And relative to that, get some grenades too. Okay? I would say prioritize ground loot, but thankfully loot bins have actually gotten a little bit better in terms of looting. It used to be before that loot bins, you weren't guaranteed to find a gun. You kind of just had to do a 50-50 and pray that you got something decent. And sometimes all you got was like shields and heals, and you died, right? But now, loot bins early on, they're all, what is it? I think it is prioritized. You should get at least 1 gun per loot bin. Sometimes you'll find 2. And then obviously arsenals are your friend. Quick aside about arsenals when you're hot dropping. Don't go for the arsenals when you're dropping. If you know your drop is hot, okay? You can gotcha, but one other thing that I forgot to mention aside from RNG in this game is ping, okay? If you drop in an arsenal at the same time someone else does, okay? Not only are you fighting to get the best gun on each side of the arsenal, you also gotta fight and make sure you actually touched your feet down before they did, okay? If you want to chowing someone, 50-50ing someone, basically just like, you know, go for the same gun and just rip it out of their hands or whatnot, you can. But do recognize that, like, 50-50s are almost never great in your favor, right? So I'm just making that note over there. You can technically gotcha and hot drop off rip, but I'm gonna just let you know right now, you're not the only one that'll have that same thought. So beware. Approach arsenals and hot drops with care. Beware. Your second thing that you should prioritize in your loot pool is your evos. Basically, evos is how you upgrade your shields, right? That's how you upgrade your shield level, as well as also get your new perks and your boons and stuff like that. Everything in the game will give you evo. The number one thing I would say is damage, so getting yourself into fights. Opening up smart loot bins if you have the associated assault or support characters help. Doing ring scans will get you evo. Hitting something called evo harvesters, which is the big honey looking things, right? Or caches if you get them from care packs and stuff like that. And also PvE being like person versus environment. So like the spiders, the birds, if you see them at Kings Canyon, Storm Point, and opening up the care packages and scanning them as well. Nowadays, with how loot is, you should almost always leave your point of interest at minimum blue shields, or at least very close. Like approximately maybe 100 to 50 away from shields, depending on where everything spawns. Okay? Again, they did a lot of efforts in like cleaning up the loot pool. Alright, so it helps basically get everyone into the fight faster. I personally really like it, but also it drives me up the wall when I have someone who has a scanned character that doesn't fucking scan. So not only do we not have knowledge about what's going on, we also are currently sitting on whites. So again, make sure you go into the firing range, you figure out who your legends are, play a couple of games with them, actually utilize the perks that they give you, and yeah, just familiarize yourself with all of that. I'd also say not just familiarize yourself with the type of characters that you play, but also just in general what everyone's capable of. But But yeah, pretty much everything you do in this game, so long as you interface with this game and you interact with the game, you're gonna get your shields up. But as I say that, the #1 interaction is just shooting your gun. So, loot up and get a fight. Yeah, get some fights in. So yeah. What the fuck, you're white, purple in 2022? I'm dead. Yeah, exactly. Don't be that guy. Nowadays, there should be no scenario where there is one team still on whites, unless of course they got royally screwed over during their rotations, okay? Alright. And then lastly, your healings and attachments will be the 3rd tier. This is all of your healing. This is all your survival items. Speaking of survival items, these are the 2 survival items that I couldn't really go over in the range, courtesy again of our TA Miwu. Thanks. The evac tower I already showed you. Okay, and then the mobile respawn beacon that essentially just plops on the res beacon for you without having to run across the map for it. Typically, you'll find these if you have like a support death box or if you have the pills on you. Hi, BB! Thank you for the raid! But yeah. Just to let you know about mobile respawn beacons, what you get in, you know, the niceness of not having to run, you also have to, A, deploy it, and then also B, I think it takes a little bit longer to actually hit the res than if you were to just go for a quote-unquote natural res on the ground. Okay. So, yeah, there's that. And yes, you might have noticed if you're new to, if you're returning to Apex, heat shields are gone. They're gone. They're finally dead and gone. They finally managed to, phase that out. I miss her. I don't. Honestly, with the way the ring works now, you kind of don't need heat shields. Heat shields are kind of, you know, they're kind of like not conducive to the type of competitive environment that Apex is trying to bring. And honestly, heat shields, they're kind of useless with how the ring works. They updated how ring works now, and the ring hurts you a lot more in rounds 3 and 4. So there's kind of no use for them. They kind of always been a death sentence in the late rings anyway. If you're outside of the ring in late game, you're either farming heals to try to rat your way into masters, which by the way, you fucking stink at the game with that. I'm kidding. Anyways. You're either a dirty little rat, or you just like, don't shoot your gun. I don't know what to tell you. Hello, DB. Hello, everyone. Welcome, everyone joining us. I'm currently doing Apex 101. I'm just talking over all the new additions and things to look out for and stuff that's in the game that weren't really talked about before. So yeah. But yeah. So I talked about like how important it is on how you approach your drop ships, but let's talk a little bit about the where, okay? Where you land on the map can essentially dictate how your game will go, okay? Apex isn't as random as it might seem, right? On any given map, you're going to have a couple of central POIs and a couple of ones that sit on the edge of the map, right? If you land somewhere on the central of map, then you don't have to worry then you're going to have to worry about threats coming from outside. If you are on the edge of map, you're going to have to work your way into the ring, right? The more you play, the more you realize that a lot of the POIs and a lot of the ways you move out of POIs will be a lot more telegraphed to you than you think. And so again, you want to play a lot, familiarize yourself where all the POIs are. But yeah, just something to consider. You just tried to be brought back yesterday. It's already been back. It's been back, Autotropic. You gotta hop in there. Hello, everyone. But yeah. Knowing where you land will dictate how you're supposed to, like, rotate into the ring, how you're supposed to move around, as well as also the type of fights that you're going to take. So, yeah, just 2 things to always consider, really. So, yeah. suited up, right? You got your loot and everything. You had a team pull up on you. You yoink them for all their shit. Let's talk about rotations a little bit. Let's talk about rotations. Okay, so again, this is one of those things that I could have like a complete deep dive on, or I could just show you a bunch of other guides on it. But I think the two major things you need to consider when you're rotating is the side of the ring that you're on, as well as how fast you decide to move in, how early or late you decide to move in. Okay. So this is a ring reading, okay? Sorry for the low res, all right? Obviously, a ring doesn't necessarily have like sides or boxes or squares or corners to it. So I'm just gonna generalize it into two sides, all right? This side of the arrow over here is gonna be your short side. The ring is typically going to move slower on these areas, okay? So if you're over here, you don't have to worry too much about the super hot fire sun ring hitting you. All right. So that's called short or small or whatever the heck people want to call it. This whole area over here, the further out you go, this is the fast or long side, okay? The ring is going to be up on your ass much faster over here. There's going to be a lot more risk involved, all right? Typically, when... even without having ring knowledge or being able to predict the rings, you typically want to bias yourself to always be on the shorter side of the ring. So that way you don't have to worry too much about how much damage you're taking. You also have your backside being cleared out. You don't have to worry about being surrounded by 3 teams over here, right? You just have to worry about like the rocks behind you and stuff. So yeah, you'll hear these be referred to in a bunch of different ways, but the two quick ways are fast side and slow side, short or long, so on and so forth. Okay, this ring is insane. Didn't see it for a long time. I don't think this ring happens anymore. At least I haven't seen it. But yeah. All right, question: is the ring damage something you have to fear? This water's hitting. Hold on. Alright, time's up. Not really. At least not for the first 2 rounds, right? Apex is a game that is played out in different rings and stuff, right? Where is it? There it is. Alright. For rings 1 and 2, you can actually tank a little bit of the storm damage. The storm damage being that orange thing behind you over there. For the first 2 rounds, you can actually heal through it. It's only really when it's the end of round 3 and round 4 that you really want to start respecting the ring. I mention this now because I've noticed with a lot of like newer players, a lot of new players like silver and below, they fear the ring. You don't really have to fear the ring for like the first 2 rounds, honestly. But yeah, they have changed the ring algorithm where like if you do stick around for too long, they will kill you off faster and stuff like that. But for the most part, if you're in the early mid game and you notice that there's a lot of like congestion, a lot of teams in front of you, you can actually take your time. Don't worry about taking that storm damage, especially if you have a support player on your team. I know med kits won't always be a guarantee in that extra spot, like in the extra sort of bin that you get, but yeah, you don't have to worry too much. But yeah, first 2 rings, perfectly fine. 3 and 4, you really gotta hustle. Use your evac towers, all that good stuff. So yeah. So yeah, that is sides of the ring, right? Now let's talk about how fast you're moving. So typically your rotation style can fall under one of 2 major camps: early versus late. Okay, early rotates, you'll probably want to move to the center of ring faster. Okay, you might just want to pop a squat somewhere, lock it down, and wait for people to come to you, okay? This sort of playstyle is for teams that aren't so confident in their fighting capabilities, you know, like you don't really do well in being able to coordinate and stuff, and you just want easy placement points. You can get a bunch of KP being kill points, and get you a bunch of ranked points, RP that way, okay? But honestly, at the end of the day, you win by placement in this game, so... yeah. If you're not super confident in your fighting skills, or you happen to land in a POI that's more centrally guarded in the middle of the map, you might be more of an early rotate kind of person. On the other half of that, you have late rotates. Rotates will find you on the edge of the ring. While early rotates will find you in the middle or closer to the slow side of ring, late rotates will find you on the fast side or on the outer edge of the ring, okay? Typically, people who are in late rotate fights will have team compositions that are more for fighting. Whether it's like your Maggies, your Fuse, your Ashes, and all that cool stuff, okay? But yeah. What is it? Yeah, late rotate, a lot of them will tend to be more on the fighting side, because again, you're gonna have to fight your way through all the other threats coming to the central point in the ring. So you're a lot more gung-ho about fighting, cleaning up the squads around you, and challenging people for God Spot. So yeah. No matter how you decide to play, whether you decide to move early, whether you decide to move late, staying ahead of the game is what gets you wins. So the more you know ahead of the time, the better are your chances. So yeah, that's fine. Hey everyone, welcome. So yeah, that's pretty much in terms of how fast you want to move. All right, and this is a question I get a lot, especially after ALGS. But how are you supposed to ring reads? How are you supposed to read these rings, you know? Are the rings just random? Do they just pull all willy-nilly as they decide to? The answer is theoretically no, but honestly, this last ALGS had me thinking otherwise. But, anyways, couple of tips for reading and predicting where the ring is going, okay? So, in Apex... basically the whole point of Battle Royale is that you're going to drop somewhere, you're going to loot, and you're gonna have to fight your way to Victory Royale, essentially. Part of that is fighting your way in, or maintaining God Spot, aka the spot where you are most likely to win. So, ring prediction. These are the 3 things I typically stand by. Number 1, rings will usually bias to one side. So if you've ever heard of someone talking about rings touching, they're talking about this, right? They're talking about the area of where ring 1, where the first ring happens, and where ring 2, quote unquote, touch. The rings will always almost pull to one side. Sometimes you'll have something neat and tidy, but then sometimes you'll hear something about it flipping. If a ring rotate were to flip, all it means is that rather than pull to that one side it was pulling towards, it would flip to some other area. So let's just say this is your ring 1, this is where it closes, and then rather than this ring up here pull over to the backside of this map, it pulls down over here by the buildings. So anytime you hear someone say, oh, the ring flipped, or the ring countered, pulled, that's what that is. Okay? I don't really know what goes on behind the ring prediction and stuff, but typically it will usually always go towards one side. Okay? Number 2, there's a couple of areas where the ring will never pull to. These are what is called invalid ring zones. I don't think this information is publicly available, but I think people have probably posted their analysis of it if you want to go look for it. But as a general rule of thumb, in terms of areas where the ring will never pull, it'll never pull on top of mountains or rocks, okay? So like, these rocks over here, This rock over here, probably. This edge of the map, that's all a no-go, okay? Sometimes it won't pull over certain buildings if it knows it's going to put you in direct verticality with another team. There used to be a saying of a heal off, I guess, where basically two teams have no way or other to get to engage in each other in a final 3v3. And so what would it come down to is that they would bring out their heat shields and start healing and basically try to out-heal the ring and win. The way their ring algorithm works nowadays is that they try to dissuade a lot of those like final heal rings or final heal offs, okay? A lot of the rings that you see are typically rings that will gear you to have to fight other people, to basically force you out of your comfortable spot. Okay? So, yeah. But there's a couple of places, thankfully the ring isn't that terrible or damning. It's never gonna pull over rocks. It's never gonna pull over great mountains. And anytime there's gonna be like a verticality to it, I would say. For instance, there's that one spot in Rift, right, where you have like that top shelf and then the bottom area behind it. It will almost never pull directly on top of that Rift height, but it will probably pull to one side or the other, you know? So yeah. Last time I saw a zone that was a heal off was in World's Edge, and that was in V-Psycho, I think. It's been a while. Yeah. I know recently that they've adjusted the ring algorithm so that way it's not as likely. I don't know if it would come up again in the recent maps. So, yeah, just something to consider. And this isn't really more for ring reading as it is for just like late game positioning and stuff. God spots, aka your game winning spots, that spot can change as the game evolves. One spot that might be absolutely terrible because it subjects you to a million and kajillion angles can end up being the most defensive position in the final ring, okay? Which is why I say that like rotations and stuff really comes down to those two things: what side of the ring that you find yourself at and how fast you decide to move in. Okay, because like you might have a spot, you might have found a spot, and then you see that your current ring in your current battle or game, right, is pulling to that same spot before. You might get the same ring. You might look out and get the same sort of ring and sort of final end scenario, but not always. Not always. Sometimes it'll pull just like maybe 3 feet off to the left or to the right, and that 3 feet will be all the more difference on if you have to move out of your cover first versus the other team. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Really, keep that in mind. I had a whole bunch on this and then it all got like deleted. But yeah, I feel like I've already covered it for the most part though. Again, it's just one of those things that I could just like go at length at what it's God's about, what's good God's about, what's terrible, so on and so forth. The only real tip I have for you to start out is that if you care a lot more about your macro decision, macro being like the game entirely and how you move around the ring, if you want to start getting ahead of the whole ring prediction and stuff, consider playing a controller character. Again, controller characters are the one that can set up area lockdown and control. However, they also have access to survey beacons. There's also a handful of other legends that when you upgrade them, you can also get access to it. One of which I can think of off the top of my head is Alter and Mirage. So, Alter, Mirage, all the control characters. Consider using them if you want to get ahead of the ring and figuring out what the best spots are. Alright. Yeah. I wish I could say there is an easier way to talk about positioning aside from just like playing the game. But game sense is really the hardest thing to pull up in this game, right? As it is with any other game. So yeah, the best thing you could do is just think of your general rules and then just start playing, going from there. And then the more you play the game, the more familiar you'll be with rings. The only reason I had an easier time at predicting the rings during ALGS is because I have 6,000 hours logged into this game. I've played all the maps a decent bit. So, yeah. In all the 6,000 hours I told you, I can't tell you the amount of times I thought I had God Spot and then it ended up being the worst thing ever. I guess the one thing I could really say though is that like height is king most of the times, I would say. You know, height is king for majority of the situations, whether it's height during a 3v3 or like height of the top of a tower, you get to look down on everyone. This is just a general FPS rule, and for the most part that also applies in EVE.EXE, you know. But I would caution honestly against saying all height is king, because what could be an incredible vantage point in round 4 could actually just be the first spot for the team to move in the final ring, right? So yeah, height is typically king. It's why you always see teams like carry an evac or a valk or like ashport or something or summit, because like height gives you an advantage. That much stays true. But again, you always want to look at the information given to you based on the context of what you're working with. Sometimes you'll have a ring that pulls up to you and everyone has to run to you, everyone has to run out into the open, and you just have free firing season. Other times, you're going to have to make a Hail Mary drop into the cesspool of demons below that all want you as their KP. So, yeah. But there is definitely something to be said at being at the right place at the right time. Whether that is for your macro or for your micro, aka in the middle of your team fights. So, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, positioning and fighting in Apex. That's it for that. Okay, I'm going back to the firing range. But yeah, that's all really I could say in terms of what's it? The what is it? I should probably get like a mod in here when I'm talking about team fighting and positioning. But again, a lot of this stuff you won't be able to learn just watching me. You just gotta do it yourself. Hold on a second. Okay. 6K, mine's only around 1.2K. Yeah. I didn't realize it, but like 20 seasons is a long time to be playing a game. Although to be fair, I did the same thing with Overwatch too. I did the same thing with Overwatch as well. More or less. If it's not 6K, maybe like 3K hour. 4K hour? I don't know. Time is the concept. But yeah. Where do I start with fighting? I was considering starting off with like team roles and things like that, but like honestly, if you're just starting out in the game, you don't have to get up in your head in terms of like who's at IGL, who's gonna be your main fragger, who's gonna be your co-fragger. A lot of that like terminology doesn't really start showing up unless you're like ranking and more specifically getting into the competitive side of things. And even then, that whole thing is just a formality anyway. At the end of the day, you're all gonna have to shoot your gun. You're all gonna have to shoot your gun. Okay. So, yeah. Great presentation, by the way. Thanks, I tried. Yeah. Yeah, team fighting or really just like positioning a 101 and whatnot. I mean, there's so many ways I could really tackle this, but honestly, even before fighting, we really should be talking about positioning, as well as also your own inventory management. Okay? Before you can even talk about fighting or whatnot... Oh shit, there's another thing I need to talk about recoil smoothing. I forgot to talk about that in the middle of the guns. Well, honestly, fighting is a good place to bring up recoil control and recoil smoothing too. Okay, you know what? It's fine. This is fine. Okay, so... Alright, real quick aside. I was supposed to do this while I was talking about guns. So there's another mechanic. There's another innate mechanic to the game that is called recoil smoothing. Okay. One moment. Okay. I lag so much on Apex servers. They need to fix the lag. Yeah, I don't know what they did recently, but I think they like didn't really implement it correctly. I have no idea. Who knows? Aya, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, you guys are going to send everyone in for like a nighttime lecture. That's crazy. Konberu everyone. Hello, Aya amigos. Hello, Goob. Aya so pretty. Hello everyone, my name is Bluebell, also known as BB. I like to play a lot of FPS, specifically Apex Legends, and so I've been doing Apex 101 for the last 4 hours? Okay, good. I didn't really yap too much, thank God. I was worried I would go like super crazy over it, but yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the raid. If you guys haven't hydrated, ate, or slept yet, please go and do so. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to hang out. I have a confession. What is your confession? What do you need to confess to the class? Gasp. I've been calling you Bibby in my head. You know what? I'll allow that. Because I personally love endearing special nicknames, but if everyone else calls that, I will ban them on the spot. Jesse Benson, thank you so much for the gifted membies. But yeah, I'm currently doing Apex 101. I've currently just been yapping non-stop about my personal hyperfixation. So yeah. If you like to listen, I'm currently getting into like fighting and positioning and stuff like that, even though I know we're gonna try to talk our way about talking about that. If you have to go, please go to do so. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, exactly. Back off. I is the only one that can call me baby. I'm the one that's carrying her child. She's my baby daddy, okay? That's baby daddy privileges right there. Thank you, Aya. Hope you had a good stream. I can't wait to hang out. Smile. I can't wait to hang out. I think it's gonna be a ton of fun. Like people are scared, but it's fine. It'll be fine, probably. Yeah. All right, real quick. I forgot to mention this at the start of stream, but there is an inherent mechanic in Apex when it comes to gun control. Okay, called recoil smoothing. You hear this term a little bit when you hear about Apex, but you only ever hear it. I don't think everyone really explains it unless you decide to look up the video for it. So, yeah. D&D will be a lot of fun, no worries. I made an easy game for... Oh, God! Okay, I don't know if you announced it yet. I didn't want to say... I kept it vague because I don't know if you mentioned it yet. But yeah. Well, I mean, I already technically mentioned it to my chat. It's okay, I didn't have narcs. Yay! Yeah, I'm gonna be playing D&D with Aya and a bunch of other girlies. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be my first time playing D&D ever. Please be nice to me, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Aya, love you! Alright, so... for shooters in general, right? Also, I should probably put down the gaming PC. It's probably loud as hell. I'm gonna bust everyone's eardrums. So, in most FPS or other shooters, right? There is typically the idea of recoil control, right? If you just ADS, you aim down the sight of a gun and you left click and you do nothing to your mouse or your controller, you'll see a pattern in how the bullets spread. Recoil control is essentially learning this pattern you see in front of you. And then you just want to draw an opposite of that. So that way all your guns don't go all willy-nilly, right? Yeah. In Apex, you actually have another form of actually keeping your gun center, and that's called recoil smoothing. Rather than draw counter to the recoil pattern, right? And have to pull down on your cursor or your controller. You just have to move your crosshair. So like, as you can see, if I'm just moving right to left, rather than like kick up, right? Go up and over. If I just pull my crosshair across the wall, it can stay in a relatively straight line. So that's recoil smoothing. You're smoothing out the recoil rather than having to fight against it. Right? You can do this because either your enemy will be strafing left and right. Let me see if I can get them to move faster. Can you run? Let's do running. Let's do running. And then let's do run. And constant. Okay, cool. So recoil smoothing. Recoil smoothing is simply the act of moving your crosshair to the enemy, right? There's a lot of ways that people try to explain recoil smoothing, but honestly, I think the easiest way to remember about recoil smoothing is that it's all in moving your crosshair. Your crosshair has to be the one to move in order for that recoil smoothing to kick in. You know? Hello, Irene, welcome! So yeah. I also want to mention that recoil smoothing is not a replacement for recoil control. Okay? To summarize recoil smoothing, basically the game mechanic reduces recoil when your camera view moves, right? It's a way to help maintain everything, keep it in your line of sight, all that fun stuff. But the reason why I say recoil smoothing isn't a complete replacement for recoil control is because you can't use recoil smoothing for everything in Apex. Recoil smoothing can only happen under certain circumstances. I think the person who originally found out recoil smoothing worked out the math in that you have to move your crosshair at a speed of 3.74 seconds. I want to say it's like VTuber. Hey, they're the one that actually found recoil smoothing to begin with. They go into a whole deep dive and a bunch of other people have explained it. But all you have to know is that you have to move your gun at a certain speed in order for the recoil smoothing to actually show itself. Right? So you can achieve recoil smoothing by one or two things. A, either your target is moving fast enough, right? Or B, you're the one moving, right? So let's just say we got a target in front of us for recoil smoothing, right? And they're just standing still, right? If they're standing still, your recoil smoothing isn't going to kick in. And that's because your crosshair isn't moving anywhere. In order to get it to move, what you can do is start moving yourself. And while you are moving, then you have to counterpull your view, whether with your cursor or with your controller, in the opposite direction. So you can keep your reticle centered, right? It might not seem like your crosshair is moving, but you are moving your view camera. So, rather than have to like pull down and stuff, right? And sit down on them, you just move side to side. So yeah. This is why when I talk about Apex, I say that the number 2 important thing, aside from just your raw mechanics and gunplay, is movement. Because in other typical shooters, right, like in Valorant and CSGO, and like even Arc Raiders recently, they all tell you that like you should really stop moving and then shoot, right? You can't do that in Apex. Apex takes that sort of FPS rule and completely flips it on his head. Staying stationary in this game will get you killed. You always want to stay on the move. And that's for a multitude of things. Movement doesn't just help you with blocking bullets and stuff like that. It also helps you shoot your gun. But yeah. Another thing to note about recoil smoothing too is that the effective range for recoil smoothing can honestly depend on a couple of things. One is the speed of your strafes, aka how you're moving back and forth to dodge bullets and stuff. As well as also the range of the gun itself. So, yeah. Should I crouch when I fight? Oh, that's another good question. Yeah, so crouching typically is good for manipulating your hitbox. This is just starting to get to fighting period 101. Crouching is really good in Apex because it can help you control your aim a little bit more. But almost always, you never want to catch yourself crab walking in the middle of a fight. There's good practices for crouching, like if you're in the middle of crouching, right? When you're moving side to side, when you're strafing and stuff like that. So you can manipulate your hitbox. But you almost never want to do what this dummy is doing right here. You almost never want to move like that. Because what are you doing? A, you're compressing your hitbox. You're making your head a little bit easier to hit. And then also B, you're giving yourself a movement penalty. Because not a lot of people can crouch super fast. Unless, of course, you're Revenant. But even as Revenant, you really shouldn't be crab walking in the middle of fights. You shouldn't be walking, period, in the middle of fights. A lot of your fights should be about swinging. Swinging and sliding. Using cover to your advantage. So, yeah. But yeah. As I've stated, recoil smoothing is not necessarily a replacement for recoil control. However, you can use recoil smoothing and recoil control together to make it seem like you got aimbot on your ass. So, yeah, things to consider. But yeah, you don't have to know a lot of recoil control. Honestly, I don't remember all of the recoil patterns for the guns because, damn, look how many guns we have over here. You think I got enough time in the day outside of Reg to figure out each and every single pattern and have that memorized to heart? No, absolutely not. Okay. So yeah. If you're ever curious as to how streamers are like tracking things and like beaming things away and stuff like that from like a decently far away range and so on and so forth, it's probably because they're utilizing recoil smoothing, okay? But sometimes there's certain situations where recoil smoothing isn't going to kick in for you. And a lot of the time that's typically when they're close up and stuff. And like, you're mirroring that person's strafe, right? These next two things, mirror and anti-mirror strafing, these are just general FPS terms, but it's basically how you move in fights. If you're mirroring someone's strafe, you're trying to match your speed and your movement side to side where they're going, right? If you're doing anti-mirror, you're moving opposite to that. Recoil smoothing comes in great if you're anti-mirroring, right? Comes in great if you're anti, because again, you have to do the whole moving your view thing. But if you are matching someone's strafe, if you're mirroring someone, then as you can tell, as you can see by the hit markers, recoil smoothing isn't going to do shit for you. You have to pull down at that point. This is when you have to do recoil control and actually pull down on your gun to keep it on your target. Okay? So yeah. That's a little difference between recoil control and recoil smoothing. Which is why they always tell you, you always want to move while you shoot. A, just makes you a lot more harder to hit, and also B, recoil smoothing. So yeah. Alright. What was I gonna talk about before that? Oh yeah, positioning and fighting 101. Yeah, okay. Yeah, So, I mean, again, I can do a whole freaking deep dive about this, and I can do like VOD reviews. Honestly, I think the best thing you can do for yourself, for your own specific like team fighting, bettering, and stuff like that, is what is it? Grab a VOD of yourself and then give that to a coach and just let them review it for you, right? Like if you have any like specific instances that you want reviewed, like you want to know how can I do better here, what did I do wrong, so on and so forth. But there are a couple of principles that are like, you know, are taken from other FPS games that still very much apply to Apex. One of which is being, you always want to play around cover. Okay, I'm fighting this guy right here, right? I'm manipulating my hitbox. Oh, another thing I should also mention about the legends is that each legend has their own hitbox. This guy is a refrigerator, as opposed to this being the tiniest little runt that can run around and all that fun stuff, and like Naruto run and stuff like that. Okay, so number one with your legend, consider your hitbox. Okay, something that could be decent cover for me can be terrible cover for someone else, right? So on and so forth. But you never want to take fights out into the open, okay? You never want to just do a chow 1v1 in the open and have nothing to fall back to. God forbid you whiff, okay? Whiffing is just basically missing all your shots. Like what I did there, right? When you're fighting, you always want to make sure you're fighting and peeking around cover, right? You never want to find yourself out in the open. You always want to use your environment to your advantage, which is why I say positioning is so much more important, both on macro as well as also on a fighting scale, because aim is aim. I already gave you one way that you can actually negate some of your aim issues, whether it's recoil smoothing or otherwise, right? And also controller. Controller is a thing. So like, in a 1v1 situation, and they have aim assist and you don't, you best believe they're probably going to kill you first. Not unless, of course, like you literally have aimbot yourself, so on and so forth, right? Or you're literally him. You're like, nah, I win those. And that's fine. That's fine if you win those, but most of the time you're not. And then on the off chance you go down, then your teammates are going to get pissed at you, right? And then you're never going to want to play this game again. So number one rule, always play behind cover, okay? Always play behind cover. And before anyone asks, if you should like solo duo or solo trio is essentially, queuing up for the Battle Royale version of the playlist, right? If you just go in, you can choose trios. If you want to go into 1v3s, or you can do 1v2s, right? I would personally recommend dropping in solo in either the duo or the trio playlists, right? I would personally recommend against that if you're just starting out on Apex, right? A lot of Apex, I feel like you'll learn so much more better if you just like grab a team, whether it's your own friends or if it's like in your communities that you play with. For instance, I have a lot of bell chimes that regularly play ranked together, you know, and usually play with each other and so on and so forth, right? You'll learn a lot more. You'll build your skills up way more faster the less RNG you can eliminate from your games, right? Because, like, Apex is a super overwhelming game. It is super, super, super overwhelming. And so it's better to have teammates that you can calm with and aka communicate with, and you can actually coordinate with, right? So you can focus on your own gameplay. So, yeah. Buy a roller, guys. I literally talked about that at the start of the VOD. I'm gonna bring it up again. But yeah. The amount of Apex players that full body contest the head glitch is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, another terminology you might not be familiar with, there's a term called head glitching. Head glitching is essentially where like your view model is just covered up enough, right? Where like you can see that other person on your screen, but all that person sees, if I were to be on this side, all I could see is their tiny little head. It's almost as if the box itself is shooting at me, but I'm just using this shit for cover, right? So if you hear someone using the term head glitching, that's probably what it is. But yeah. But yeah, if you're just starting out and you want to learn how to fight, I highly recommend doing mixtape. Mixtape is a great way for you to just get on into the game, right? Get on into the guns, get your hands on some guns, start chowing people, all that fun stuff. For mixtape, they'll usually give you, depending on the playlist, like gun run. You'll go through a series of guns and you'll have to get a kill with each of them in order to level up. Or you can do TDM or control, where you'll have like a set loadout. You'll have set loadouts and stuff like that. And then you can just pick and choose. And then naturally, if you kill someone, they'll drop their guns and you can just yoink it that way. Wildcard is also a fun way to get you into the action faster. Wildcard will typically have like seasonal changes and events going on. Like right now you can do some BMX stuff on the snowboard. Yes, I'm not kidding. Wildcard is essentially the whole fighting aspect streamlined. You get infinite respawns. Pretty much you don't die until all of your team is eliminated per ring, right? So that's another good way of getting into the fights. Like the number one tip I could really give to new Apex players is like, don't loot so much. Literally just fight. Just fight. Just get on in there. If hot dropping is a little bit too busy for you or a little too overwhelming, just drop next to a POI, you know? So yeah. Is there a board overheight issue in Apex? What do you mean? Do you know about recoil strafe? What? This? I literally talked about it just now. Recoil strafing I just think of as a variant of recoil smoothing, where your view box just needs to be moving. Asking if your guns gets blocked by walls you can see over, basically. No. I don't think so. I mean, I'm kind of over it right now. Recoil strafe is a different thing, where you strafe to match the recoil. Oh yeah, recoil strafing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of sort of touched upon it in terms of like melding recoil control as well as recoil smoothing. But yeah. As I've already mentioned, recoil smoothing isn't really a replacement for recoil control, but it is something you can use in tandem with it. And then the thing you get together with using recoil control and recoil smoothing is that strafe. So, yeah. The reason why I don't really bring it up is because, again, this is supposed to be more beginner-sided. And also, like, again, everything that I am touching on today can literally be found in so many other videos and stuff. And other resources that go in further depth. So, yeah. That's the whole thing I mentioned about when I talked about it, that you can use both straight, like, control and smoothing in tandem, essentially, to look like aimbot. So, yeah. Can you learn recoil strafing as a beginner? Sure, but like honestly, there's so much movement involved in the game to begin with that you're not gonna have to think about it too much to begin with. That's only if you really want your aim to be nice and crispy. So for all intents and purposes, I didn't really want to bring it up. Just know that it's possible. So yeah. Other videos don't have your cute voice. Yeah, honestly, when I think about it, I should have probably sat up here, right? Just be like, hey, if you have a friend that's new to Apex and they want to listen to a cute girl and need something to, keep them busy while they're chatting. Yeah, yeah, so anyways, there's that. anyways, whoa. Y'all heard something? What was that? I'm just gonna be like, hey guys, today I'm gonna talk to you about Recoil. I'm dead. Alright, anyways. Yeah. I don't think you run into that issue. I think typically, like, unless you are looking down, right? Then yeah, your shots will get blocked. But if you can keep, like, the center of your reticle, right, over any object, you should be able to shoot past it. That's kind of one of the beauties being able to, like, play in single player in comparison to third-person shooter, right? So, yeah. Yeah, there's this a recoil to that, huh? Okay, sorry. Anyways. But yeah. First person, you're not gonna run into too much issue with it in comparison to, like, third-person shooters. So, yeah. Typically, where you're aiming is where the bullet gonna go, you know? So, yeah. I mean, yeah, I could do a whole thing about fighting and, like, repositioning and going into, like, IGL, fragger, co-fragger, anchoring, da-da-da-da-da-da. But I figure that's probably best explained, like, as its own thing. But I wanted some stuff off the top of my head I could tell everyone. Oh. Get used to the idea of slide jumping into a fight. At the end of your slide jumps, right? Remember when we talked about at the beginning of the stream 4 hours ago about slide jumping and stuff like that? Get used to the idea of holstering your gun at the end of your jump. Okay? If you're running up to fights and stuff, you gotta slide and jump for real. You just gotta jump and slide. When you are chowing someone, chowing mean you are showing yourself, you're like kind of leaving cover and stuff to, like, well, essentially challenge someone, right, to a 1v1. Don't walk out. Okay? Don't walk out. Okay? You never want to find yourself here, okay? If you're really going to, like... There's either two things you could do with cover, right? You can quick peek. Right? Show as little of your hitbox as possible. Or if you really want to go for it, you want to make sure you slide out. Right? Quick peeking is really good for, like, baiting out people's shots to begin with, right? Let's say you're fighting someone that has, like, a mastiff and stuff like that, and you quick peek and they pop you for 80, right? Or you know they can, but you baited out that first shot. Typically, if you can get them to shoot their gun first, you'll always almost come out of that fight on the better side, really. Because again, Apex is all about numbers. Both in terms of, like, who you got on your team, as well as the amount of damage that you do, right? So yeah. Try to bait out their shots first, you know? So that way, when they're in the middle of having to reload their gun, that's when you can just pop out and clip them. But another thing about quick peeking, though, you want to make sure that you change up your angles and change up your positioning, you know? You don't want to get too predictable. Because in this game, though you might see an open area for a bunch of kajillion, like, enemies to be in, You just gotta think to yourself, there's only a handful of areas I could really pop out from. This is where the whole idea of like angles, right? And peeker's advantage and stuff like that happen. And so on and so forth, right? Like all of that, all of your typical FPS fundamentals, they'll apply to Apex too, right? But yeah, you don't ever want to be peeking predictably, right? Because let's say I'm hiding behind this wall, right? Or like I'm typically going to be hanging around this area. If you've already shown presence over here, the only thing the guy has to do is just line up the shot. So the next time that you peek your head out and you're not really like moving or whatnot, the next time you peek your head out and you just constantly been moving it, all they have to do is really just wait for your head to move to their crosshair placement. So if you're ever quick peeking, make sure you're moving around your area as well. This is where I was talking about earlier, where like if you're running through the ring and you're rotating through the ring, always consider the cover that is around you, right? And also try to consider too, like which fights would be advantageous for you and which would put you at a disadvantage, right? Your typical FPS rules apply where like again, height is king. You just have better angles. You have a better look at their head. Versus like if I were to look up at someone, I would get to see as much, right? So yeah, I don't know. Really, the number one thing I could really just say when you're just starting out is mind your cover. You always want to play behind cover, right? And when you're off cover, also think about your angles too. Angles being like where you can shoot other people or where people can shoot you from, right? Your viable cover and angles will change as time progresses and the game itself evolves. So, what could be great cover now might not be super great for me later, especially if I have the ring on my back. You know? What's some other stuff I could talk about? I don't know, bro. I mean, there's so much. It really would just be best explained in like its own sort of thing. But, yeah. Never be predictable with where you're peeking out from, you know. And if you are going to chow, if you are going to overcommit, make sure you slide in. Make sure you slide up into that fight. So you can have the maximum amount of velocity and you're just a lot harder to hit, okay? So yeah. I guess I could do a little bit of strafing, just cover some typical FPS fundamentals. When you're strafing, right? Imagine a T between you and the enemy, okay? You always want to set a certain distance, right? You never want to move diagonally. If you're gonna be strafing, you want to keep to AD movement, alright? Oh, actually, I do have another good thing for strafing. None of this shit. You hear me rapidly like going AD? Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. Tight, small AD strafings for you in Apex will do absolutely nothing for you. You will be absolutely decimated by aim assist. Okay? None of this small stuff, okay? If you're going to be strafing, don't just tap the button. Actually move. Actually move. Okay? And I'm saying, make sure you move left and right and you don't move forward and back, okay? No stutter stepping. Do not stutter step. Not at all. And you never want to move front and back because it's simple geometry, right? Or like, not what the fuck, optical illusion, whatever the heck it is, I forget. My brain is cooked. The closer something is to you, right? The bigger the hitbox is gonna be. Right? And also, why would you slowly walk back when you can just like slide back, right? Like just jump, slide back. Slide back into cover. They never expect the long Johnson. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, don't stutter step. Don't ever stutter step, okay? What you really should be doing is that smooth left to right, here and there. Right? Okay? And then like switch it up a bit too. Don't just go AD, you know, switch up your strafe pattern, switch up your pattern, right? Maybe tap a little bit to the right, maybe tap a little bit to the left. If you really want to throw someone off for the loop, you could just go for the long Johnson, I'm telling you. Apex players, they have no idea what to do with themselves of all they do. If I was fighting someone and they were strafing and I'm typically of the mindset where like I expect them to have to move directions at some point, I don't know what to do if all I see someone is just doing this. They're just hitting me with the one way, bro, you know? They're just hitting me with the one way. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Hi, Mayfair! Welcome! Thank you for the raid! Hello, Mayflowers! Welcome. My name is Bluebell, my son is BB. I'm currently doing EVE.EXE 101. I just went over a bunch of information in terms of how to get into EVE.EXE. Tried to make it as beginner-friendly as possible. We're also talking about some of the higher, quote-unquote, advanced things. I hope you had a wonderful stream, though. If you guys haven't hydrated, ate, or slept yet, please go and do so. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to hang out. But yeah, we're doing EVE.EXE 101. I'm talking about strafing. So, Mayfair, if there's anything you could learn from this, okay? Don't do this. Don't just tap left, right. You are basically a what is it? You're basically a stationary target, and that's gonna get you dead to aim assist. What you want to do, you want to smooth out your strafes. And more importantly, chimes and raiders, when you're strafing, put that with your original knowledge of using your cover too. Anytime you slide out, right, and you want to strafe, you always want to try to bias your strafe so that way it puts your hitbox behind cover. Okay? So yeah. Typically, the better people are at FPS, the more they're going to be able to track just AD strafing back and forth like this. Even if you switch it up a little, right? Even if you like crouch and stuff in the middle of it. So the best thing for you, right? Not only will you confuse them, right? On them trying to track you and hopefully breaking their tracking on you. Another thing is that it also puts you directly behind cover if you can make it there, right? Just assume that everyone you're going up against is most likely on controller. And your best bet on fighting controller is if you just break their line of sight. So the more you can like center your movement about playing around cover, right? And biasing your strafe towards cover, right? The easier it is to like lead yourself into like all the other typical FPS fundamentals or like all the advanced stuff. And then if you want to pair it with the Apex movement, you get behind cover, fucking mantle boost, and if I missed that, hold on. Right? Charlie them, get behind it, cover, boom. Right? So yeah. Number one thing I would say is think about cover. Yeah. Do you ever wide swing? Yeah, you can wide swing. If you wide swing, though, don't ever run. Don't ever run into the swing. You gotta make sure you slide. Okay? Sliding will give you so much more speed. Right? And unless that guy is a tracking god or whatnot, you'll typically have like, I don't know, a millisecond or two of them just trying to like recenter their aim on you to actually catch up. Yeah. If you're wide swinging, you better best believe you have at least one other person with you or that you're going to kill them. But almost always, you never want to take the 1v1 in this game. You never want to put yourself in a 1v1 situation in Apex. Again, Apex, there's already so much more RNG involved, and also a 1v1 will almost never be a true 1v1, okay? Apex is a team game through and through. You're gonna say in your head, bro, respect the 1v, respect the 1v. The Apex don't care. There's so much other shit happening, bro. No one gives a shit. I don't care you're gonna try to have your 1v1, bro. Unless, of course, it's like a final top 2 situation and stuff like that. If there are 3 people staring at one of your teammates, best believe that they are going to 3-2-1 firing squad pull up on your teammate, okay? So, as much as possible, don't ever put yourself in a situation where you're just wide swinging someone out in the open and you have nowhere to retreat to, okay? Another thing too, when it comes to movement and initiation... Actually, no, you don't need to learn about that for now. For now, my main concern about everyone getting into Apex is that a lot of people are super shy about getting into fights. I've had a lot of chimes ask me on like what would be the best chance to to peek, right? To aggress, to push and stuff like that. And I can go into a whole thing about the concept of space. But to summarize it even further for you, just think about it in the terms of damage, right? The more damage you do, the faster you can push and end fights. Okay? Knocking someone on the enemy team puts you at an incredible advantage, okay? It puts you at an incredible advantage and makes it more likely than not that you will win the fight. As you know, assuming you're not just completely blind, you turned off your monitor and everything like that, you know? What about crouch spam? I talked about crouch spam a little bit. You can crouch spam. Crouching is a good way to manipulate your hitbox. Just, again, don't crab strafe. Don't be a crab. Do not be a crab. Okay? So yeah. Anyways. I'm trying to think. Yeah, honestly, before I could really talk about like team fighting and getting into all of that, because that's I feel like is a thing of all of itself. I'll go into a little bit basic thing, but yeah. Just think honestly, right? The more damage you do, the more aggressive you can be. This is why guns like the Creeper are so useful. Because if you start off with someone at half fight, even if you don't initially knock them, that's still space for you to move up, you know? Because that person that you've literally shot within an inch of their life, they're going to be out of the fight for a bit. And as I stated this earlier, a lot of fights are dictated within seconds. They're probably going to be popping a bat. If they're a good player, they're going to be taking cover and they're going to be out of commission for 5 seconds while they wait for this battery to get off. Assuming they don't already have like an overflow healer, an amp, or a lifeline ult and stuff like that, right? You know? Whoever could land the first shot will typically be on the initiative, and that's going to be your time to be aggressive, okay? There's been so many times when I jump into Apex and I basically one-clip an enemy, right? I'm shitting out damage. I'm farming damage. I'm laying down that lead pipe over the head, right? I'm doing so much damage, but then off to my side... and obviously I end up taking some damage in return, right? But while I'm healing, I could literally see my teammate just like standing posted and just standing there waiting for a miracle. Like, why are we waiting for things? Why are you waiting for a miracle? I've already shaved off the shields of 2 of their teammates. Your teammate at full health, you, right? The teammate at full health, should be taking this time to push up. You know? And it just gets even, you know, even faster and faster the more that you knock. So yeah. Cause yeah, Apex is a number game. Apex is a numbers game at the end of the day. 1v1, you never want to put yourself in one gun versus another gun. 2 guns is better than 1. 3 is obviously better than 1, right? But yeah, as a good rule of thumb, the more damage you do, the more aggression you have. Which is why I say that even though great movement will help you in the long run, movement doesn't kill people, guns do, okay? Which is why everyone will tell you just hop on the roller. You can see about my feelings at that beginning of the stream. Yeah. What is it? So that's pretty much it. I know someone talked about how useful grenades are, and very, 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 very. I talked about it a little bit during the inventory management, but you always want to carry at least a minimum of 2 grenades on you, right? Grenades all have their varied usages. Like, you don't even have to one-clip someone. Let's just say, like, as soon as I hear a comm that my teammate stuck someone, or my teammate hit a 100-banger or back-to-back 100-bangers, I'm pushing that shit, okay? I'm pushing that shit. Obviously, it's not going to be a foolproof scenario. Maybe you're going to be out in the open and stuff like that. Or maybe someone's a fucking crackhead and they still peek anyway. Even though they're like one shot. But I'm talking about like straight up normal Apex players. When they are literally within an inch of their life, they're going to back up and heal. Because any good Apex player knows that like a knocked fight is basically a losing fight. You almost never want to be going down in this game. Right? Nothing in this game is fair. If you want to win, nothing in this game is fair. That's why every single time, if you have a decision to take a 3v3, or if you see a team on the other side that's going to fight them instead, and you third party, you absolutely want a third party. So yeah. Alright. So that's a little bit about tempo and how to be aggressive and stuff, right? Carrot Shop, thank you so much for the raid. Hello everyone! My name is Bluebell. I'm currently doing Apex 101. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. So yeah. So we talked about how to be aggressive. We talked about how to push up with that aggression. Right? Let's talk on the other side of it. Okay? So let's say, for instance, you chow someone, right? And you do like 20 damage to them, but they hit you for 120. So they shave off your shields and nick you for your HP, right? What you don't want to do is keep peeking that stuff, alright? Even if you're like 80 or 90% health, you almost typically either want to heal or you want to back up, right? You want to back up until you're in a better position to help out your teammates, right? However, like I said, not only like fights are literally like dictated within seconds, right? And it just gets faster and faster the higher up that you go. Not only do you have to think about the tempo of the fight and exactly where you are, like if you're winning or if you're losing or whatnot, you also want to think about opportunities too. So yeah. This is probably where you'll hear the term bait your teammates. Okay? So, when you're baiting your teammates, or you're being the bait for your teammate, right? Let's just say I take a chow with this guy, right? They get me down to one shot, I back up, right? Or like, my teammate is one shot, and they have to back up, right? I'm over here on the side. And the time it takes for them to back up, right? That's time that the enemy is going to take to aggress. And sometimes that means running out into the open, you know? While they're running out in the open, that's going to be your time to one-clip them on the cross. You know? I would never bait BB. That's my goat for real. Yeah, true. It's because I'd bait myself. I paid BB for a jar of dirt. What the fuck? See, this is why you're not getting paid. I mean, meat shield for BB? Thank you. I'd rather you not go down, though. I'd rather you just back up. So, yeah. But yeah, you always want to look for opportunities, too. You just want to look for opportunities. Let's say, for instance, like if you wanna be really, really dialed in with it, once you've gotten really better at team fighting and like you gotten to understand the tempo and the timings and when people will push you and so on and so forth and stuff like that, right? You can honestly start using your own self as your own bait, right? Let's just say someone hits you, right? They fry your shit. You back up. But you have overflow, right? So rather, and you're also lifeline too. So rather than have to take the full 5 to 7 seconds it would take you to get even healthier while they're pushing you, you can just pop a shield, right? And then as soon as you get your heal out, once you get your heal in, you can just peek out and just clip them because they're running at you for free, you know? So, yeah. Just little things here and there. But again, don't really worry too much about trying to find said opportunities. The most important thing for you is just start fighting people and getting in there and getting down the timings of timing and tempo of fights. So, yeah. Yeah, there's another thing too, right? You back up to another area. The person fighting you swings around, but in their place they don't see you. They meet a grenade, right? Stuff like that. But yeah. There's a whole thing you can do about angles, but essentially, if you really don't want to heed my warning when you're playing Apex and you really just want to fast track being the next Fade or Asu, then you can probably start solo queuing into duos and trios. Really put yourself at that advantage or disadvantage because it'll force you. The one good thing about solo duos and trios is that it'll really force you to open your eyes and get creative and like see what could be used for cover and what can't be, you know? If you're ever in a 1v3 solo situation, right, where you're the one and there's a full team on you, first of all, run. But sometimes you won't be able to run. So your next best option is doing as much damage as possible. And as I've already said earlier, Apex is a numbers game. 3 guns is a lot more than 1 gun. So rather than take on 3 enemies at the same time, you want to do the next thing, which is isolating fights. You can work on like how you fight with it isolated fights by just doing R5 because people are always grinding that thing, you know? That'll help you on how to like fight isolated. But when it comes to isolating your fights, that's when using your cover comes into play and just continuously backing up until you can find certain opportunities for it, right? So yeah. You gotta learn how to fight 1v1. R5 Reloaded's a good spot. It'll get you used to all the sorts of types of swings, all the sorts of types of slide outs and stuff. Slide outs just being like sliding out from cover and peeking, right? But yeah. If you're at a disadvantage, at any point with the fight and they just immediately like fin someone, just back up. You know? Just back up, just leave. And in the case you can't leave, turn around and fight. Because again, the more damage you do, the better you can even the playing field. Alright? So, yeah. Pretty much it. I think that's really it for that. And then again, we can go into the whole like IGL, fragger, co-fragger, habada-ga-da-ga, all that stuff. Yeah, sure. There's a whole deep dive on that. So yeah, pretty much. One clip not possible in this economy. I don't know. Pick up the Kovacs, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Pick up the Kovacs, bro. I don't know what to tell you, dog. But yeah. That's all I really feel comfortable with sharing when it comes to fighting and re-peaking and aggression. If I go any further than that, we're gonna be here for a long time. And I've already been here for like almost, what, 5 hours? So, yeah. AIM Labs is free! AIM Labs is free, dog. It really is. And we see a streamer teach techniques in such detailed, systematic way. Things that have to think really. Oh, thank you! I hope it made sense. Honestly, I don't know. I've low-key been like talking through brain fog. So like if I started talking a little bit too memey at some point, that's my fault, gang. But yeah. Honestly, the only things you have to worry about is yourself. And team fighting. Do I have time for this? Okay. You know what? Let's start talking about how to fight within a team setting, okay? Or fighting in a team setting, or specifically healing. When to heal. So, like I said, fights are all decided in seconds. And your timing and your positioning and you reading the tempo of the fight is going to be so much more valuable than you being able to one-clip someone. Okay? Because typically the only way you will be able to one-clip someone is because you happen to have the jump on them. Right? Whether it's positioning or like opportunity finding and shit like that. Okay? So let's talk about healing in the middle of fights. Which is probably something that a lot of my regular Apex watchers have a curiosity about, okay? Typically when people are starting out Apex Legends, there's a strong notion that you have to be at 100% for each fight. Anytime you take big damage in a fight, just think to yourself, you know, rather than have to be at full health, you just have to be healthy enough. You know? So let's say I take a chow, I start fighting, right? I end up taking some huge damage and stuff like that. That wasn't nearly enough. Alright, I'm going for it. Yeah, I should knock myself now. Ah! So I just took a huge frag to the face, right? And I tell my teammates, hey, I gotta back up. Okay? Rather than think about... If you're fighting with a team, rather than think of your own health pool, think of your pool as a whole unit. Okay? If I were to decide numbers to everyone in the team, right? Let's say everyone in your team is worth 100 HP. In total, you're gonna have 300, right? In the overall pool. If you're already backed up in a position and you're in and out of a fight, right? And your teammates can't the enemies can't find you, they're automatically going to look at your teammates instead. So one of the things that will really, like, I guess, distinguish you from an Apex noob, right? To someone that actually plays this game a little bit more is, like, knowing when to heal in the middle of fights. So yeah. Like I said, You want to get up into the firing range? I feel like I've been saying that a lot, my bad. But when you're in the firing range, feel free to take a look at all the healing items. And if you have the hop-up boxes, go ahead and read them if you need to, right? Really consider the timings of how long it takes to pop everything. You don't have to memorize these by heart. Lord knows I don't. All I know is that if I take big damage, I'm going to prioritize using my battery if I have it available. Right? But yeah. Again, there's so many things. There's so many things here that can alter your timings. So low-key, if you have the chance, if you can set around, if you can set aside the time for it, I would highly recommend taking the time out to figure out how long each of the different healing items feel, right? Because those 5 seconds or even those 2.5 seconds can literally be the deal breaker in fights, right? So yeah. When you're healing in the middle of a fight, your order of priority will always be your shields versus your heals, okay? 1, they're just quicker to pop. Your med kit, as you can see here, it takes 8 seconds for use. Your shield battery, however, is 5 seconds of use. There are certain moments where you want to prioritize your med kit, but typically, if you are at the max level of shields, right? If you have max level shields enabled, it's better to just go for the bat and then just go ahead and go back into the fight, even if you are one shot, okay? Couple of reasons why. This is actually really cool that you were Apex 101. I meant to say that earlier, just been watching in the background. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been meaning to do this for the longest time, and then ALGS rolled around, and a couple of people kept finding me, and they're just like, wow. Damn, this shit making me want to try Apex again. And I was like, wow, when's the last time you played Apex? Like, I don't know, season 7, season 18. I'm like, ooh, girl, you're basically playing a new game. So that's what I've been reviewing all day. But yeah. On average, shields will always be faster than your med kits or your syringes. Alright? And as I said earlier, you're never going to be popping a Phoenix kit in a fight. If you're popping a Phoenix kit in the fight, it's GG's. Yeah, more often than not. It's cooked. Right? Because, like, let's just compare, right? This is how long it feels to pop a bat. One, two, one, right? That's already long enough. It might not be super long to you right now, but in the middle of a fight where people can clip you within, like, half of that time, it's gonna feel pretty damn long. Okay? I was too far from that. I was too shy. I was gonna go for, I need to down myself now. Oh my god, that was really close. Okay. So yeah. Like, listen to how fast my gun shoots, right? And just imagine that timing while you're popping a bat, okay? Just always think to yourself, Apex is a number game. So even if you currently have 3 people alive, if one is out of commission currently healing, you're technically at a 2v3 disadvantage, right? So you already know how long a bat is. Just see how long a Phoenix kit is. Double the time. double the time. That is perfectly enough time. That's enough time for one of your enemies to swing your teammates, one clip them, finish them, shield swap, and then swing your ass in the corner. So if you're gonna learn anything about healing in the middle of fights, never ever pop a Phoenix kit, okay? Because again, fights are decided within seconds. 10 seconds, that's literally enough time for one fight. Or like having someone get away and have to run and respawn. Okay? So, yeah. In terms of being healthy enough though, just think, right? That like, if you're 3-man taking angles and stuff on someone, it's gonna be better that you focus your firepower, right? This is one of those opportunity moments you can find for yourself, right? So they fry you for a lot of damage. You're out here in the back healing. If they're a good team, they're going to push you. Right? If they're a good team, they're going to push up on that advantage that they have. So, sometimes, as better as it would be to like be healthy or healthier, or even at full health, sometimes it's a lot more valuable to just cancel the heal and fight with your teammates. Hi, Couchos! I installed EVE.EXE because it reminded me how much I suck at it. It's okay. You're gonna suck at it. It's fine. This game freaking hard as shit. But yeah. The enemy won't be expecting me to pop a Phoenix mid-fight though. Low-key, I would be absolutely bamboozled. I would be absolutely bamboozled. And honestly, depending on how I feel that day, I might let them get away with it. But yeah. As much as possible, try not to Phoenix kit in the middle of the fight. Unless, of course, you're like running, you know? But yeah. And again, this is really only something that you can tell once you start getting into fights with people and once you start actually challenging other teams and you start playing in that setting, right? But like, just think to yourself, don't just think about your own personal health, right? Don't think about your individual health. Think about the health of your team. Right? You might be one shot, but if they're not looking for you, you're not the main priority. You're not the one at threat. The next person at threat is probably going to be your teammate. And depending on where you angle yourselves, if the enemy decides to swing your teammate, you may be in the prime position to one-clip him in the back. So yeah. Don't get up to full if you're healing in the middle of fights. You just want to be healthy enough. Even if that's one shot. Because yeah, like, even if you're 1 HP underneath your shields, they don't know that. That's another thing I'll say too. Right? You take a shit ton of damage, you pop a bat, right? This doesn't really apply much anymore because like when you shoot someone, you'll get the HP bar above their head. But like the amount of HP or the amount of points you get in your shield is pretty hefty once you start getting into the later stages, you know? A purple or red armor will typically keep you alive a lot longer than you think it would. Yeah. Get comfortable with not being at full health. To borrow terms from Magic, start looking at your HP pool as like, it's just another resource, really. Don't think of your HP as your full life and blood or whatnot. Because again, You've probably heard this from other types of games. The only HP that really matters is just the last one. So again, don't worry about being super uber healthy in fights, because again, the time it takes for you to heal in the middle of those fights is time taken away from actually putting down damage. Right? It's just a resource. It's just a resource. And then I guess the last thing I could really talk about when it comes to fighting, now that I'm thinking about it, always be ready for the third party, essentially. What's even faster than a shield battery, on average, will be shield swapping. Remember when we talked about finishing enemies earlier, right? Almost always, if you're in the middle of ring, especially if you're like an early rotate, right, ring? If you're an early rotate team, you're going to be in the middle of ring. All the threats are going to be coming to your position. You're not going to have all the time in the world to pop a finisher in comparison to if you were in other parts of the ring, right? Which is why you'll typically just see people fin some people on the ground instead. Because if you fin them on the ground, you'll spawn their death box. And then in their death box, you can always grab something called the shield core. I have to scroll through all of this because there's a shit ton of guns in this box as we're in the firing range. But typically, when you open up a death box, this shield core will be the first thing you see in that box. So, yeah. And also, before you ask, yes, there are Apex armor swap trainers. It trains you to be able to walk over a box quickly, scroll down, pick up that shield core, and keep it moving. Because it's a skill. It's an actual skill. But yeah. And honestly, you can shout out the dev team. You can shout out the dev team for that as well. Because like, back then, you had to scroll. Like, you really had to go all the way down in the box before you get to the shield. But, thankfully, they've taken the time out and actually moved that up to the top. I think that's also another reason as to why they took off helmets. So they can just put the priority in the shields. Because the shield is really the bread and butter. Personally, aside from the movement, I think another thing that really sets apart Apex from other FPS games, aside from the movement, it's the shield swap mechanic. It's so elegant, and it's such a way that keeps the tempo and momentum of fights going without completely like taking you out of the fight, having to like pop a heal. Assuming you can grab it, you know? So yeah. But yeah, you can get pretty quick. Like, this takes 5 seconds, this takes 2.5 seconds, but like, if you get... Oh, fuck, it exploded on me. Son of a... It exploded on me! Wait. Yeah, you can be really quick with it. If you can train it... Why did that only shave off my shields? I'm so annoyed. Oh, that's another thing about shields too. Your shields will crack before your health does. Your shield will crack before your health does. So like, if you do a lot of damage to someone, like imagine you throw a frag at someone. The 99 damage will go for the shield first before it hits them. Yeah, shield swap, you can be really fast with it. Just gotta go over. In like under 2 or 3 seconds. So yeah. Like, you can get pretty quick with it. Aw. It despawned. She ball. But yeah. That's why I say, if you're just getting into Apex, just start fighting everything. Fight everything, and then at the end of the fight, rather than pop a bat, train how fast you shield swap. You want a shield swap? And then you immediately want to look around your surroundings. Because if you're in the middle of healing, and you look around and you get nades up, then Mom said it'll be your turn to be the shield, the death box, you know? But you're not trying to be the death box. You're trying to turn everyone else into death boxes. So yeah. That's I mean, that's all I really can comfortably say. Yeah, shield swaps. Yeah, shield swaps. Don't worry too much about healing if you know your team is actively getting inted. Getting to full. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. I can do one quick jump mastering thing and then I can probably call it for today. But yeah. Very quickly. Oh, no. Miss BB, will all of this be on the test? You know, I wasn't thinking about giving a quiz, but since you brought it up, Crazy, sure. I wasn't thinking about quizzing everyone, but you know what? Since you brought it up, sure. Let's do it. Quick thing about Jump Master. Quick thing on what I actually mean in terms of Jump Master tips. And also a little bit about the ring peel wise and all that nonsense. And then yeah, you guys are free to go, I guess. I didn't mean for this to be 5 hours, but I think with the amount of information I basically like blasted in everyone's ears, it's kind of fair, all things considered. So, yeah. This queue time is crazy. This is cooked. Can I just like solo? Can I not solo? No. I can't solo queue anymore, bro. What? Damn it. Oh, good comms. I forgot they moved the fill button up top. I don't want to drop in trios. I don't know if I'll actually get... Will I actually get a no-fill duo? I don't think I'll get a no-fill duo, dog. I don't think it's happening. Miss Phoebe, I don't want to derail your 101, but about your cat. Is this your life with a cat most nights? Where is it? It's not opening. What the fuck? My chat dock died. Oh, no, that's not it. No, I don't want that, actually. How do I... Is it this one? How do I go back on this? Oh, I lost my multi-chat. My multi-chat just now brings up Instagram. I shouldn't have clicked that and no. Why did I trust OBS to not fuck it up? Alright. Alright. Yeah. No, you're fine. I don't know how I managed to do that. Ah, right, here we go. Yeah, so here's the ring, right? Where's everyone else going? I'm dropping far. So let's say I want to go Echo, right? I want to go Echo. You want to get to about 600 to 500, you know, depending on where it is. And so on the left side, right, you got your speed. And on the right side, you got your altitude, right? If you want to go out further, You got a dolphin dive, so you want to try to temper your speed between 130. But you never want to drop below 130. You just want to get 130, 140 typically. Right? And then if you want to be really fancy with it, you can knock yourself on some stuff and drop down even faster. Also, why is there a team with me? Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's a team with me. I literally just saw 2 people here. Where'd they go? Could have sworn I saw a team here. I'm not tripping, right? I saw a team land with me. They're here. Wrong gun. See? I'm gonna try to use nades to your advantage. Motherfucker, I thought I had another one. Boy. Did they not see me? That guy just has fucking the controller on them. Yep, basically. That was a crazy angle. But yeah, that's that about jump mastering. Anything else? Anything else? But anyways, that all of those 5 hours are to say, disregard everything you've learned and just pick up the roller. Nah, I'm kidding. But yeah, that is that's basically EVE.EXE in a nutshell. That's all I can really tell you. That's all I could really tell you. But yeah. But yeah, yippee! I hope it helped. I hope it helped. If there is anything I like glazed over, I guess, or could explain in further detail, then fire away the questions. Probably gonna pub for a bit, and then I'm gonna call it. But yeah, that is EVE.EXE 101. Lot of fun stuff that was added. A lot of different things. But yeah. High key though, if there's anything that you can pull away from anything, like any part of this video, the number one thing is give yourself grace, because like look at this shit, bro. Like what am I playing in? What did I do to deserve this, man? The better you improve, the faster your skill pulls up in this game, the more punishing your lobbies are going to be.
Bluebell? More like blue balls from watching gay porn.
Sheesh, shit on bad.
You told him.
Alright, EVE.EXE 102, we're gonna talk about the psychology of Apex players. Are you a girl? I didn't know, are you a girl?
No, but I get fed.
You get what? See, like this right here, this is a terrible drop.
I'm a bottom and I'm right.
I love that for you. See, this is terrible because like we're surrounded by teams. We're not really going by by a bunch of teams, and also we were dolphin diving when we were already at max speed.
Why are you forcing your voice so much, fag?
You've never talked to one before, have you? See? Like I said, opportunities. Opportunities will always present themselves to you. I left you. I left him because he pissed me off. Typically, I try to fight with these guys, but they piss me off, so... I'm gonna play how I want. Oh. 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 Okay. Okay. See? Bait your fucking teammate. They're gonna have to push up. If I was better at the L-star, if I had anything else but the L-star, I fucking shoot that guy and one clip him in the back. Aggression. Pushing up. Gotta back up because my teammate's taking damage.
I got molested, that's on me.
So on and so forth, you know? Grenades. Right? Literally everything I've talked about so far in this stream. Baiting him. He's gonna have to heal. Surely he backs up. Right? Right?
Nice cue, cum stain. You fucking stink, right?
Where is this?
I won't sell you, auntie.
Again, never wide swing unless you know you're winning that shit. Cause that almost went really bad. Kind of incredible I managed to be able to talk while this shit's up in my ear. No, I didn't get to kill him. See, that's a pretty good illustration of that right there. That was a pretty good illustration of that right there, right? Both of his teammates are healing. This guy was out here covering for them. They managed to fucking fry me when I went in for the swing, because I thought all of them would be healing, right? So on and so forth. You know, as fucking annoying as these guys are, at least they're actually fighting in a match that kind of illustrates everything I've been yapping about in the past 5 hours.
Guys, I play Octane and I can press A and D really fast. And do you like me now, Dad? Can I still see your butthole though? Like your VTuber butthole?
No, I'm good.
Oh, shit. How do you...
I like... Yeah, that game right there is kind of just a perfect illustration of everything you typically run into. Just pub it, bro. But yeah. Thanks for your courses, so hopping in post to unlock, right? I got you, bro. I got you. Should have done a bit on how to deal with your randoms. I mean, there's a bunch of ways you could deal with them, but there's only so much hand-holding I could do, right? Listen, your lobbies might look a little bit different from my lobbies. Most of the time, people don't say anything to me, but for some reason, I happen to get all the fucking yappers. I somehow managed to get all the goddamn yappers in all of my games. And all of them, like half of the time, they're high or drunk off their tits. Or both. So yeah. There is that. Yes. Da 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 da. Where did my custom browser dock go? I don't know where it went. Yeah, there's only so many strategies that are appropriate in a stream setting. Nah, I'm kidding. When you pick up a scope and it automatically goes to the wrong gun, what is the easiest way to get it on the other gun? So you can either bring up your tab, your inventory. It's for a mouse and keyboard, it's tab. For controllers, good fucking luck. It's one of those buttons. Sorry. Sorry. Sensei Bell is starting to leave the building, so now it's Sensei Bell after hours. We're back to the typical BB program. My fault. What's it now? You can either bring up your inventory and you can click on the attachment swap. If you left click it, it will swap it with the other one. You can right click it, it will drop it off your gun. You could also drag anything off. You could also take anything off of your gun so long as you drag it out of your inventory. Or you drag it out of the slot. Oh, you know what's another important thing that I forgot to mention? Make sure you cock your gun. Every time you pick up a gun or whatnot, make sure you play out the full animation of it, like putting the gun in the barrel and all of that. Make sure you do that. Make sure you cock your gun. So that way you're not... This is fucking trolling. I'm going here. Good luck! But yeah, when you're dropping, you typically want to go for ground loot, so that way you know what you're working with. But you can also try to RNG for something good in the blue pill. Oh no, I couldn't slide. My dead slid. That sucks. My teammates are fucking nowhere, dog. I also just dead slid and I was trying to slide around cover. That just sucks. Gonna res me? You see them isolating their fights, so now they have a 1v. And then you go in for the ego swing because you know that bitch is one shot. So yeah. Anytime you're in a 3v3, you just want to isolate your fights. That's pretty much it. Little bit of target acquisition. Figuring out who your biggest threat is. That's definitely a skill that you start to pick up the more you play the game. Just figuring out what right now is your most immediate threat. What's going to get you killed and send you back to the lobby first. So, yeah. Take your time with it, take your time with it. Rather than just go at a problem and one big blob of nothingness and shit like that. You just want to break it down into smaller pieces. So, yeah. Oh, should I talk a little bit about replicators? I realized I didn't really talk about replicators. It's a crafting system in this game. I don't think there's really much to talk about it. They streamlined it a lot, honestly. I used to be a pain in the ass right now, but typically, the only thing you gotta know about replicators is that you have 4 major options. You can make yourself a shield bat, a med kit, ammo for your guns, a stack each typically per gun that you're running, and banners. So every time when someone is finned and shit like that, you can pick up their banner and stuff. You go to the replicator to find them. Each replicator is used only once. If you use a replicator in one POI, then you're gonna have to run over to the next one. Also, they periodically drop out of the sky. Shit like that. So yeah. But yeah, I'm telling you, grenades. That's exactly why you want to pick up grenades. Grenades are literally so good for you in the middle of fights. Like, they're not just used for flushing people out and stuff. It's also really good as a zoning tool as well. Kinda invaluable. I don't see anyone. Getting hungry. I want to use a Volt. I haven't used a Volt in a hot second. Aw, bitch, took it. Frick you. I realize why my game is so quiet is because I had dialogue volume turned all low. There we go. Yeah. You always want to pick up grenades. You always want to have at least 2 in your slot if you have enough. If you have the space for more, then obviously grab more. Oh yeah! This is the ult excel. So you can use this, you can eat this, get your ult back. And you can B-hop while using this too. That's B-hopping right there.
Hey, we got bad guys over there. 2 squads away from a win, amigos. Enemy spotted over there. It's go time.
Oh, ow! LOL, see? I just let my teammates bait me there.
Charging up my shields. Amigos, let's go here. Reloading. Cracked an enemy shield. I'm going in. Down that. We've got company.
Ow! Is that the other team? That's just the other team, huh? Ugh. And that right there is the new Octane. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Ah! Alright, it's like 1 a.m. It's like 1 a.m. Going to bed. But yeah, thank you for letting me yap your ears off. Yeah, I think that's really it. Did I miss anything? I don't know if I missed anything. Honestly, I feel like even though new Apex players have like a 4 or 5 year late start on everyone that has been playing to this day, I feel like new Apex players have it so good, honestly. They have it really good nowadays. There's so many resources. There's so many videos out. Apex itself has definitely gotten a lot more noob friendly, you know, like back in my day, we just had to learn how to fight by getting on in there and stuff like that, you know. But like now there's bot royale. Now there's actually a full-on proper firing range with like a 1v1 pit that you can like, you know, fight your friends in. They're starting to put a lot more emphasis, and they always have like a bunch of information in terms of armors and like guns and like how the game actually works and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Lots of good things. Lots of good things. I feel like Apex players getting into it have it really good. It's just, again, this Apex community has literally been playing this game for like 4 or 5 plus years, bro. So yeah. Holy unk status? That's what I'm saying. But yeah. You know, like Kachi, she got a shield stuff on you. I didn't even need it. Yeah, nah, she got that. Me who basically went to Titanfall 2 knowledge during my first ever playthrough in 2023. Yeah, absolutely insane. But yeah, that was it. Yeah. Ugh, I'm dying. Alright. I was gonna rank tomorrow, or today I should say, but like, I'm tired. I'm gonna have to take today off. We'll see. We'll see how much work I get through. PL me for free in this economy? That's fucking crazy. For free in this economy? I don't know about all that. $20? Who is this kid? Who are you? Where's your mom right now? I'm about to tell on her, you, bro. It's fucking 1 a.m. You better get your ass in bed, bro. That's crazy. But yeah. Damn, that's tough. Sheesh. Rest in paradise. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I can really think about. Was he using console scripts? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That seems legit. I feel like they've done a lot in terms of like... What is it? Banning people who use consoles. I mean, Sims is still an issue, but even then, I don't think I've been seeing too much of that. It's just Octane. Octane's whole buff is that he gets extra stimmed. He's just extra stimmed, you know? So, yeah. I don't know. What else is there? What else is there to really talk about? He needs more buff? Yeah, you would say that Octo alert on that thing. You would fucking say, yeah, buff Octane. Like, I would love to have my red shield back as lifeline, okay? But we can't have everything, dog. We can't fucking have everything, dog. So, yeah. But yeah. You know, hey, getting a buff, lifeline. I don't know. They might. I feel like there's definitely 1 or 2 things that could change about lifeline. Like, honestly, I want her ult to deploy faster. It'd be really nice if her thing deployed faster. I think that's all I'd really ask for. So, yeah. A Horizon moving shield bat ability? No. Horizon already has my stupid fuck off floating thing. She don't need any other movement. She already got enough movement. I mean, I guess I didn't really talk about like beginner legend recommendations, but I mean, like, honestly, the grand scheme of things, I mean, I didn't really want to talk about meta too much, period, because again, metas come and go. Metas come and go, honestly. In the current meta, Caustic, Valk, you know, all that fun stuff, Newcastle and Comp. If you just want to dick around in pubs, if you want your get out of free jail card, there's Wraith. If you want to style and have fun, especially with the jump pads and stuff, Octane. Loba is also a pretty nice starter character. She's like super team oriented and really friendly for the team. Also has like free resource because you can pull shield cells and syringes and ammo from her shop for free, and also has like decent getaway abilities. What would you say is the ideal beginner legend? I think either Lifeline or Gasman. Lifeline is pretty friendly, yeah. Bangalore is also not too bad of a pick either. Bangalore Wraith, really. Bangalore, you have nice smoke, so like in case you find yourself out in the open, you can just smoke your feet and bob and weave and get away that way. Caustic, yeah, Caustic's alright. He's really good for area control. Caustic is just good, period. Just because of all the buffs that he's currently gotten. But I don't know. I typically wouldn't rely on Caustic too much because you literally could just do 1,000 damage. You could do 1,000 damage without having to shoot your gun because that's literally how good Caustic is right now. And I want you guys to be able to fend for yourself. So I want you guys to be able to fend for yourself and actually shoot your gun. So Bangalore is a pretty standalone legend. Bloodhound, Bloodhound's kind of alright. Bloodhound is okay, but they're currently not like in season for meta right now. I'm actually curious if they're going to be getting any like buffs anytime soon. But they're unfortunately a little irrelevant, I have to say. Lifeline is also pretty friendly too. Who else? Yeah, pretty much. Caustic is fine, but if you really want to learn like defense and being a play around environment and shit like that, I think you're better off just trying like Watson and Cat. Like Watson, you can get an upgrade on Watson that basically makes her like half controller, half support because she gets the faster revives, you know? But I wouldn't rely too much on Caustic, me personally. Because again, you don't want to be stuck hiding around forever. You need to be able to shoot your gun. I want everyone that opens up this Apex 101 course today to like really get on in there. Yeah, that's kind of like the number one takeaway from all of this. Just start fighting. Are you playing Apex or no? I've literally been streaming for like 5 hours, so I'm probably gonna call it here. Movement tutorial next. If I do a movement tutorial, you'll probably going to see a guest speaker. You'll probably see a guest speaker in that regard because I don't really do a lot of movement myself, but I know one Ronin that definitely does. So, you know, I'll let him take the floor. Yeah, I'll let that fucker take the floor. Or if he doesn't want to do the presentation, I'll let him speak a little bit and maybe I'll just make him send me some clips. We'll see. Me personally, I typically end up being more of an anchor person. I don't really bother with doing fancy movements in fight because again, all that movement for what? Yeah. I'm typically more knowledgeable in terms of timings and moving with rings, like more the macro stuff and like calling rotations and shit like that. And actually because I played this game a bunch, literally like 6k hours. I'm hoping it's only been 6k hours and not anything else logged, but we'll see. That run it with wall bounce and no enemies around. I'd wall bounce and no enemies around either. Again, wall bouncing is a really good way of just getting speed. Across the map. But yeah, hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys learned something. That's pretty much it. So anyone streaming? Is anyone live? I'm trying to see. Think it's great when someone is holding a corner and you want to swing him. While bouncing out of a corner messes up their crosshair placement. Yeah, exactly. Quick peeking is nice for like getting the initial couple of shots out of their mag, you know, and baiting their shots and all of that. But typically you never want to hold the same angle. The more unpredictable you can be and the more you can frick up a lot of their prediction and stuff, the better your outcome will be. So yeah, I just think that if you're really new to Apex, you know, just keep it simple. Keep it light. The only two movement things that you really need to know, you really ought to know as a new player, is slide jumping and wall bouncing. And mantle boosting. Figure out mantle boosting. And then once you figure out mantle boosting, you can figure out, you know, all the other fun movement stuff. I've already talked a little bit in terms like about air strafing. From air strafing, you start doing lurching, which is basically just chaining that sort of, you know, just chaining the air strafing mechanic, right? And then you gotta learn to shoot while you're doing it, and then you can learn tap strafing too. And then when it comes to all the zip lines, like a whole bunch of zip line tech, like that. That line is endless, and I'm not going to pretend like I'm a movement player, because I'm not. I'm not going to pretend that I know everything that there is to movement, because I feel like even the movement players themselves are also constantly finding tech. So, again, please just refer to the guides that are available, especially the ones by Moki, Otter, Wraith Crew, Fade. I feel like all of them really stand up even to this day. In terms of maps and rotations, honestly, watching the pros, like how is honestly someone that you would benefit a lot from if you're just like watching his streams, but not just passively watching his streams. I mean, like actively watching him, right? Like, don't just look about how he swings. Try to look at the whole environment around him. You know, see what the pros use around them for cover. See what they end up fighting against. See what angles that they take. See how they isolate fights, so on and so forth, you know. Assuming they're not just like running down poor golds and diamond lobbies and shit like that. So typically you want to like watch them in scrims. Although I will say scrims and customs and competitive will play vastly different than pubs and ranked, you know. But yeah. Ranked is honestly just a place for you to... So, there's like a joke, right? That pubs have gotten a lot more harder than ranked. And it's because pubs kind of just does like, you know, incentivized base matchmaking and shit like that. Good night, my darling, too! But yeah. Ranked will rank you with people who are like at the same badge as you, typically within like a couple of divisions and stuff like that. You could actually see all the restrictions in game. That's why I didn't want to bother with mentioning it. Pubs, pubs is where you're going to find a lot more of the movement demons and a lot of the people that just like play at that level, because like again, they're mostly going to be thinking about fights and just throwing stuff down and like clip farming. Rank, if you really want to work on your rotations and stuff like that, you'll have a better chance. You'll have the best chance in comp. But if you want to learn rotates and rings, you're better off doing that in ranked. Ranked is where you'll typically find a lot more level-headed people that want to play for the win, not just play for the clip. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. If there's any other topics you guys want me to knock out, let a bitch know. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else I can really tell people without exploding their brain. Other than just like fight everything, have a bunch of fun, and figure out the jump master. Like seriously, jump master. And if you really don't want to jump master, then just play ranked. Because ranked, you don't have to jump master. They'll just drop you over the POI. The psyche of Apex random... Girl, man, now that I think about it, I feel like that's a whole rabbit hole we could go down to. I feel like the psyche of Apex random is also a completely different like rabbit hole we can find ourselves in. But yeah. What about zigzag, super glide to sneak strafe to neo strafe to fatigue bounce and back to neo strafe? Yeah, see, like again, this is a 101 class. I don't know what to tell you, dog. Do you want extra points or what? Congratulations, but also I feel like everyone's going to explode just having to see the different amount of guns that they have to keep track of. So I'm in silver. Why do I fight Preds in pubs? Because you have the same similar movement. Same similar KDs and shit like that. Apex randos are a fascinating species, while randos in Battle Royale generally. I don't know. Honestly, I've seen a lot of people say that the Apex community is like super toxic, but like in comparison to some of the other online communities I've seen, like I feel like half of the Apex lobby base, like about 30% of them are streamers and they're just busy clip farming. The other 40% is high as fuck. And then the rest of it, it's just like they're too busy gooning on TikTok to really say anything to you. Right? In comparison to Warzone you'll have a lot of ego and whatever the hell is going on in Marvel Rivals, like that whole tournament going on recently, you know? Apex is just kind of, I don't know. And I think part of it is because Apex really humbles you. I feel like Battle Royales kind of have to humble you in a way, you know? No E-daters? Oh, there's definitely E-daters in Apex for sure. Competitive game communities in general have some toxicity. Yeah, absolutely. People all have egos. People wanted to talk that they're the best. They want to talk a bunch of shit, all that stuff, you know? So, whatever. Nothing will compare to the League community, though. My god, MOBAs? I feel like MOBAs bring out the absolute worst in gamers. Apex, you're gonna have people rocking an ego that they probably didn't deserve, you know? But, like, most of the time, people are willing to put that down because Apex is the type of game to humble you like that, right? But, like, League? My god. There's some devious stuff I've seen in League. I feel like that brings out just the absolute worst in people. But, yeah. Pretty much. That's it. That's it, really. Alright. Who can I read you guys out? Who is streaming? Oh, Vance is playing Quarantine Zone. Okay, I'm gonna send it back. Everyone else I have stream perms for, I feel like they're going to end stream soon. She-ball. Who's streaming on Twitch? Wait, is Vance dual streaming on Twitch? Oh. Shut your ass. Don't listen to your dumbass. Oh, wait. Why is this bitch not dual streaming, dog? Hello? Whatever. Okay. Okay, you guys can say hi to Valorant. Yeah, Valorant duo. Kuya Dubstep's currently playing with Leo. Alright, you guys can have fun with that. I'ma go get something to eat. I've spoken enough for today. I'm gonna shut up for the rest of the night. But yeah. Alright, guys. Otsu Beru. Thank you Thank you so much for hanging out today. I hope you guys learned something useful. I hope I didn't ramble too much. Yeah, I'll see if I could summarize the points in a neat little presentation or like a PowerPoint for everyone. Okay? Yeah. Thank you so much. If I missed anything, feel free to drop it in my marshmallow if there's anything you would like me to hit off next, okay? I was maybe thinking about streaming later tonight, but I will see how I feel. Cause I feel a little bit tired. I feel like I got kicked in the back. We'll see. YouTube, I'm gonna send you guys over to Vanta. He's currently playing Quarantine Zone. I've been having fun watching him play that game, honestly. It's kind of funny. I want to play Quarantine Zone, but I'm also really worried that I'm gonna go straight into like work BB mode. I'll go straight into like my nurse assessment mode, and I'm gonna forget to stream, like do the streamer part. So we'll see. I'll think about it. Twitch, I'm gonna send you guys over to Dubstep. He's currently playing Valorant. But yeah, let's do Konberu. If you're new here and you like the vibes, remember to drop a follow. I dual stream to both YouTube and to Twitch, but I'm also on X and Blue Sky and TikTok, and I have a Discord too. Make sure you guys have a wonderful night, day, or morning. Have a wonderful day at school or work or at home, and I'll see you guys soon.